Good evening, everybody. With the time being 6:32 p.m., we'll call to order the Thursday, October 1st, 2020 session of the Norton Select Board. Let the record show that at this time, 4 members are present, with Ms. Artz not yet online. Hopefully she'll be waiting soon. Mike, I know we have some special guests this evening, so we want to go out of order and we can send them on their way.
That's fine.
Okay. So welcome Senator Feeney, Representative Barrows, and Representative Howard. Appreciate you joining us this evening.
Great to be on, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks for having us.
So Mike, why don't you share why we have such special visitors today?
Okay. Well, we're glad to have the representatives and the senator on, and just wanted to see if they could give us some update on the budget situation, and also we wanted to talk to them about any potential funding sources for our senior center and town hall building projects.
Senator, did you want to go first?
Sure, Representative. You are the senior member of the delegation, so I always defer.
Jay, does he like to point that out? Representative, does he always point that out?
Absolutely, he leads with that.
I just, obviously Representative Barrows and Representative Howard and I, are in constant contact in a bicameral legislature, obviously trying to figure out what the budget situation looks like for all of our municipalities. And I just want to thank Town Manager Units, who's been escalating issues and working with us, and trying to triage all the different issues that have arisen over the last 6 months due to the pandemic and obviously the resulting economic downturn that we're seeing. So it's good to join the board tonight, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the members of the board for having us on. If I could just take a couple of minutes, I guess I can kind of provide where we're at, a little bit of background on the fiscal year, what we're looking at for a state budget, some of the commitments that have been made, and then I guess a timeline going forward what we can expect, a lot of which we're still waiting on additional information, which we can get into. But just briefly on the fiscal year budget. So most of you know, and I think I've discussed it a few times with folks in the community, that we are in unprecedented times, obviously locally in the community, but statewide as well, where we have extended our normal legislative session, which would have wrapped up on August 1st. And one of the main drivers of that is the fact that we have not passed yet a state budget. Normally the fiscal year would have wrapped up. We would have had a budget before August 1st, or at least in the pipeline, ready to be signed by the governor. This year is different. We lost some time due to COVID, but we really don't know what the recovery was going to look like either. So when we got into initial budget discussions earlier in the year, when everything was normal, House 1 was filed. We had a draft from the governor. The House and the Senate Ways and Means chairs were starting to put together their versions. Normally that would have been debated in April and May, but because we were in the situation that we were in, the rug got pulled out from under us, and we didn't know, how to proceed until we actually got some data on receipts, receipts that were coming into the state, and also what a federal package was going to look like. So we're in a unique position right now where we're actually kind of on the cusp, I think for the first time in certainly since I've been paying attention, where we have basically 3 budgets that we're working on, 3 fiscal year budgets. The FY20 closeout budget, I believe, was filed yesterday, or if not yesterday, today. And that's essentially the deficiency budget that closes out the books on FY20. Very, I guess, pleased that we were able to end FY20 even with the reduction in receipts back in Q2 without any cuts at all. And I say without any cuts. Obviously, there was some cuts at the state level. To be more efficient. Government basically shut down for a couple of months, so we had some savings there. The timing of the COVID-19 pandemic being at the end or towards the end of our fiscal year this spring definitely helped that. And, there were some other ways that we were able to be creative and essentially close out FY20 without any cuts. So then that brings us to FY21, again, which we're hoping to debate that budget soon. There has been all sorts of, different economists that have come up with projections for FY21 for us in the Commonwealth. Back in the spring, when we realized that, with the shutdown, that there was going to be some adverse ramifications to our state budget, to our receipts. There was basically a second run at a consensus revenue hearing where they brought in economists, they brought in stakeholders and said, look, tell us what our projections should be. At the time, they were looking at probably a $6 to $8 billion hole in the FY21 budget. But the question then was, as we come out of this and as we start to reopen, was the recovery going to be, more of a V-shaped where you flip the switch and you're back in business? Was it going to be a W-shaped if we had a resurgence of the virus? Or was it going to be something kind of in the middle? And I think, most of the economists and the folks that were looking at this said it's going to be more like a Nike swoosh, right? Or a check mark where it's going to be a slow climb out. So, still every day trying to figure out what that was going to mean, monitoring the receipts that were coming in with the tax filing deadline, which was also extended, which was another reason why we had to extend the timeline on passing a budget. Now what we're starting to see is I think there's a consensus starting to come around probably a $5 billion shortfall in FY21 in the Commonwealth. I do want to let you know next week, I believe on Tuesday, they're going to do another economic roundtable. So it's the chair of Ways and Means in the House, the chair of Ways and Means in the Senate, representatives from Administration of Finance and the Governor's administration, and to kind of do this exercise all over again and say, okay, what is it that we're looking at for revenue and what's the shortfall going to be in FY21? While that was happening, and this is key for the town of Norton and for all the municipalities to realize, is that there was an agreement, pretty historic agreement. This doesn't happen all the time, but again, there's no playbook for this, where the House and the Senate, so you had the Speaker of the House, the Senate President, and the Governor all agreed that there was going to be a commitment made to the municipalities that AGA, which is the local aid, that's outside of Chapter 70 and Chapter 90, the unrestricted local aid would be level funded through FY21. Not only would the AGA receipts, the AGA account be level funded, but Chapter 70 educational spending would be level funded plus inflation. So there'd be a little bit of a bump in Chapter 70. Important to know that doesn't mean that every community is going to get a bump in Chapter 70. It just means that account statewide would have a bump, for inflation. So that commitment was actually, that was important. It wasn't easy to get to that, but the budget writers and certainly my colleagues in the House and members of the Senate made sure that we had that commitment through FY21. Now, conceivably, when we get into budget debates in the next month or so, could that change? Yes, technically it could, but I just want to report that at least from our side, and I believe the House side has made these commitments publicly as well, that is a rock solid commitment through FY21 on local aid and Chapter 7. So that's the good part. As we look at debating a budget now, there's one more piece of information that's critical for us to be able to get this done, and that is what a federal aid package is going to look like. There's discussions obviously going on down in DC right now. It's literally changing by the hour. Earlier in this week, we heard that there was going to be, a deal that was upwards of $3 trillion. It looked like that kind of rolled back. Yesterday, there was some positive news coming out of negotiations between Speaker Pelosi and the Treasury Secretary Mnuchin. It looked like there was going to be, potentially a $2 trillion package. Now it looks like they're wavering back and forth on what a final package is going to look like. We are hopeful, and again, I know it's Washington D.C. and just everything's dysfunctional these days, but we're hopeful that we get some information from them on what a final stimulus package is going to look like, because that's critical in how we build out the budget for FY21, which obviously affects the community of Norton. So right now, even if they didn't pass a stimulus package, if it didn't happen, if they couldn't come to an agreement, it doesn't happen, we would still be able to leverage the stabilization fund, the rainy day fund in Massachusetts, to be able to supplement what we need to supplement, so that FY21, although we would need to make some cuts across the board, we would still be able to live up to that commitment to do, level funded local aid in Chapter 70. So that's a positive. The drawback of that is if we don't get a federal package soon, or if it doesn't happen at all, then we're going to have to take more out of our rainy day fund. It's a healthy, roughly $3.5 billion now, which is a good place to be. But the problem is that when we look at the solves for this budget, it's going to be at least a 2-year fix, right? So any of the one-time solves, which would be a federal aid, it would be, any of the one-time things that we can do, that's not gonna last through FY22. The more that we take out of the rainy day fund now, obviously the worse position that we're going to be in the next fiscal year, which, by the way, House 1 will come out, in January for FY22. So just to kind of wrap that piece of it up, and then I can get into a little bit about some of the capital items. But on the operational side, if we can get to a place where we get a federal package in the next couple of weeks, excuse me, we understand exactly where our receipts are and what the recovery looks like, we're hopeful that we can get a budget done, in the next couple of months. Keep in mind that the timeline of that is difficult because we did a interim budget for 3 months. That ends at the end of October. So for us to be able to keep the lights on and keep paying our bills in Massachusetts after November 1st, we're going to have to do something in October, whether that's pass another 1/12 budget or actually come up with a final FY21 budget that's signed by the governor. Either one of those things could happen, and there's a little bit of a fire under all of us, I think, to try and do that as quickly as possible. But more than that, we have to get it right. There are certain things that we can look at in an FY21 budget that can't be touched, right? And you're talking about some of your debt service obligations and your healthcare and things like that. Funding for agencies and programs that are formula-based and user-based, there's not a lot you can do. But we can get creative, and I think that's what Rep. Barrows, Rep. Howard, and myself are working with our colleagues to say, look, can we be creative? Can we, maybe renegotiate some debt service? Can we do, deferrals on things? I know many towns are facing those same issues and putting off, things like OPEB liability and kind of paying that, moving that forward. So we got to get creative with that in FY21. The problem is going to be when we get to FY22, if we have dipped into that rainy day fund more than we'd like. Number one, it affects your bond rating, which I think is probably going to add to the discussion we're going to have in a minute. But the second thing is you don't have that pool of resources there that can sustain you like we're looking for in FY21. So that's kind of the long and short of it. We are in unprecedented times, like I said. There's no playbook for this. We're trying to figure this out as it goes along, and we're really waiting to see what this package looks like that comes out of Congress. That's the one piece of information that we're lacking right now. So that's where we are. Now, I know Selectman Toole had reached out to about some of the building priorities and town energy units. We've been talking about this, and you just mentioned it on senior center, town hall, some of the capital items that certainly we're facing in Norton and in other communities across the state. Important to know that unlike a municipality where you have kind of two buckets of an operational side budget and then a capital budget, we pass a fiscal year GAA in Massachusetts, and that is the budget. So we don't have different buckets. Certainly there's different line items that we can kind of move money around, and that happens every fiscal year. When we talk about a lot of the capital items, especially in communities, we look towards bonding, right? I mean, and it's something that we've seen, outside of school buildings, which we have an existing school building authority program for things like public safety buildings, town halls, municipal offices, senior centers. Generally, those are borne either completely by the community, or sometimes there's a way to actually get bond authorization through the state. The problem with that now is that obviously, our ability to bond, which we still have some room under our bonding capacity, but our ability to bond if we do go into this economic downturn, which we are on the cusp of or in the midst of, depending on who you talk to, our ability to bond out is more and more challenging. And number two, it's probably doesn't make the most fiscal sense to be doing excessive borrowing for capital items if we're having trouble paying our operational costs. However, there's always room for a conversation around that. The difference, and I know many of you that are in town government know this, but for anybody else, the difference in a bond bill compared to a budget is, a budget, the legislature appropriates the money and it gets spent. The administration spends it. On a bond bill, it's different. The legislature will approve spending or will earmark spending, but then the administration is the one that down the road actually has to appropriate the money, and they're well within their right not to appropriate, or they could after the legislature gives approval. So that's just kind of a little primer on the difference between those two. I would say, just to be completely candid and, so that you guys know, when it comes to our operational budget this year, when it comes to our FY21 budget, there is very little room for any spending outside of, level funding. I mean, there's going to be programs in other parts of the budget that actually take a cut. But for us to be able to level fund local government in Chapter 70, that means that there's going to be very little leeway for the representatives and myself to actually, get it into the budget to appropriate money outside of that. Earmarks will be eliminated or severely limited. So, down the road, there could be some maneuverability in a bond bill, capital bond bill. But again, that is, way down the road and challenging and difficult to do. So I know I went on way too long, but I open it up to the representatives, Mr. Chairman, through you, if it's okay, if they have anything to add.
Please do. Thank you, Senator.
Jay, do you want to take it from here, or you want me to move in?
I'm usually the closer.
Oh, okay. Well, there really wasn't much more that we could say that the senator didn't touch on. Though I read today that the governor's already starting to put together the 2022 budget, and it doesn't look too healthy. The senator also mentioned about healthcare as a part of our budget. And Jay, you probably know the number, but isn't it like 25% of our budget just goes into healthcare?
Or it's more like up into the 40s.
Okay.
It's significant.
So we're talking somewhere around $24-25 billion that is knocked off the top of that budget before we even get to anything else, just to cover the healthcare expenses that or obligations. As the senator said, with bonding, we can possibly get our ticket stamped, but that doesn't mean you're going to get the money. And even at that point, you have to get your request approved, and it has to be approved in both the House and the Senate, and then it goes to a conference committee, and then you see what you have left. I mean, in past years, we as a group have gotten money for, let's say, a generator for the town hall. It doesn't sound like a lot, but in many cases, it is, especially when you have multiple towns that are each requesting money in that bond bill. Excuse me. So to put in a request at this point in time, in fact, today, the House Chair of Ways and Means sent us a note. We normally have a chance to sit down with him for 10 or 15 minutes to go over our requests for our communities. He sent out an email that we're going to be doing a Zoom. That Zoom is going to be done by divisions. In the House, we have 4 divisions of 40, and then that division is divided into half, which we've been doing by Zooming. So we're going to have 20 people individually talking to the Ways and Means Chair to request money. But, as the senator said, whether it's $5 billion or $6 billion, we're not going to be taking all of that rainy day fund. I wouldn't be surprised if anything more than $2 billion, but I would suspect it might be $1.5 billion, although I'm just throwing out guesses, but even at that, that leaves us with maybe a $3.5 to $4 billion deficit. We still have time to catch up on certain things as restaurants are starting to open up, car dealerships, so the sales tax may be coming in, but even as you know, the tax that goes back to the town through the restaurant tax, that's been held up, that has been extended to help the restaurants. So, sales tax is down, lottery is down, even the gaming, as we've seen, is down, which adds money to the budget. So it's going to be a really tough road over the next 2 years to get anything in addition to the level funding that we have for the Chapter 70, Chapter 90, and the UGR, as the senator had expressed. That doesn't mean we can ask, but I don't see much coming out to the towns above and beyond the local aid.
Thanks, Stephen, and thanks, Paul. We are very fortunate that you guys, the leaders in your community of Norton, have done a great job with COVID. Your numbers are really, really low. Overall, I think that makes Norton continue an attractive community. The growth that you've had with Anilum and Wayfair and that whole development on 123 is really going to be a big lift for the community once everything gets up and running. But as both Paul and Steve said, it is going to be a difficult couple of years to, at least for the state, to do anything. I know I checked around today, Princeton, which is half the size of Norton, they looked for $7.5 million to build a police station 7 years ago, and one of their representatives put in a request in bonding for it. And I think for the past 6 years, they're looking for the money, and it's just not going to happen that way because the past precedent is the state won't fund, buildings. We might be able to advocate for, some sort of special purpose room in the senior center or the kitchen, or, that we're going to incorporate feeding, families that are in need, something creative that might be able to, we can sell the idea and get some funding for that. But that would be in the form of an earmark. And the three of us have always signed on to each other's ideas. And sometimes we're successful, sometimes we're not. But those have been in years where we've had some wiggle room. So, as the senator indicated, next week will give us some significance, some sense of what's going to happen with what revenues can be expected. On the 14th, the House will begin, at least the orders, if you will be distributed to the members on how it's going to play out. And then what I read today, and Senator, I don't know if you were on a call earlier today, but the senator or the Senate president suggested that it might be after the election that the Senate will concur with the House, or go back and forth into conference on the final budget. That being said, the federal government, whether it's $2 billion or $2.4 billion or $3 billion, trillion, I'm sorry, excuse me, I forgot the T. That's a lot of money. That's kind of just shoring us up for the next year or two. And that's where the concern is about, 22 is what the heck this thing's going to look like. And I know we're all, I can speak for all of us. I mean, we're committed obviously to local aid. We're committed to the schools and making sure they have enough to operate on. The good news, I was talking with the town manager earlier, your bond rating is good and the interest rates are so low. That's where we were able to save some money when we did the regionalization of sewer, was that the rates had dropped during the whole, the decade process of trying to whip the thing together, but the rates had dropped so significantly, we saved the taxpayers a ton of interest. And, as you all know, construction costs have gone up significantly the last couple of years, but if things slow down, we'll probably see those ebb a little bit. It doesn't seem as though anybody's too excited about going back into the city anytime soon, so it might be advantageous at that point. So it's really, again, we'll advocate for the town of Norton as we always do, but I think we need to be realistic, to the board and to the taxpayers in town that we're not really certain that we can deliver, in this environment, which is the worst. It was bad in 2008 and 9 and 10. It took, 4 or 5 years to dig out of that. So this is significantly worse, at least in my opinion, than that was, because we don't know what the next possible, shutdown, outbreak, whatever it is. But again, Mike, congratulations to you. Wheaton's doing a great job. They have not been in the newspaper. Your restaurants haven't been in the newspaper. Your fire department hasn't been in the newspaper. Police, so everybody's really working well together. Kudos to the Board of Health, because that stuff can really hurt. It can really hurt the community. And you're one of the few communities I drove through yesterday, and I was in bumper traffic all the way down 123, trying to get to the other side. The sewer project seems to be back up and going. The development, at the corner of Plain and 123, that seems to be rocking along. Corner of Reservoir and 140 on the Mansfield side, but we got approval, I think last week or the week before, for the traffic signalization that should help everybody be able to safely traverse that area. That got done, and that's working, and that project with the medical building and the hotels going in, so that'll benefit everybody. And we hope to get Xfinity back next year, and many of you are first responders, do those details, and that helps them, that helps the town. So I think a lot of positives out there, but again, we've just got to work through the next 18 to 24 months and make sure it's a V or a swoosh and not a W, because that will just set us back. Really, it's scary. So, but, keep managing, tight budgets. You've always done a great job. And we're hoping that we're going to come back on the other side of this. Your equalized tax rate is a big hit. When we get to talk to businesses looking to, land in an area, the infrastructure's there. So maybe we can keep growing. And you've done a great job the last 5-6 years of adding businesses to the tax roll. So that will help move forward. So I guess if anybody has any questions, we can direct them to the senator.
Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Jay.
Yeah, thank you very much for the explanation, and I think we all understand that we're all, I think collectively, everyone on this stage, probably on this call, is worried about fiscal year 22 and the general expenses, both at the state level and local levels. I think we're into, I believe the senior center was put onto the bond bill, or was approved for bond bill approximately 2 years ago. Mike Units, could you confirm that, or Senator Feeney? I believe that was already approved. Is that
Correct. Yeah, I think it was 2018 we got it.
2018, yeah. And I guess, obviously capital projects are a long shot for any kind of funding. But I think one of the things that we're looking to do is also see if we might be able to get the town hall also added onto the bond bill, and then, try to work and figure out ways. I think you had I'm not sure if it was you, Representative Howard, that said, or Representative Barrows, try to be creative on seeing what kind of funding we might be able to get for some of these projects. If not of course we would love to get the whole project paid for, but if there's a way to do it, we are, at Norton, I think, there's no argument, both the senior center as well as the town hall we're in a critical stage. These aren't really, these aren't our want, these are need types of capital projects that we're looking at. And, we're going to be going to the town very shortly in the spring to basically probably asking them to consider, obviously, the debt exclusion or however the format may be. So any help that we can get from legislature, even if it's the first step of getting both projects approved for the bond bill, so we can maybe figure out creative ways to get additional funding. I would love to get your feedback on that.
Yeah, completely understood, and we were successful. We worked as a delegation to get that bond authorization in a couple of years ago for the senior center, because we've heard from so many in the community, obviously this board and the previous board and the town manager, and seniors that approach us at our office hours and, come up to us in the community and say, look, this is absolutely critical. And so we agree, and we were able to get that in the bond bill. Certainly willing to advocate, and not to speak for the delegation, but, we come together on these things anytime there's a vehicle for us to be able to do that. The question is when that's going to happen and how that fits into the timing of, what you need to do in the town for, town meetings and debt exclusions and, ballot authorization and everything you have to do. So, we'll certainly, we'll take this back. It's on our radar screen. If there is a vehicle for this, so, it's not like it's an open process. We have to, the governor, or the leadership in the legislature will say, look, this is something we want to invest in. Just to give you kind of a quick recap, last year we did an IT bond bill, so it was more around, kind of IT infrastructure and things like that. Previous to that, we did a capital bond bill that was for public buildings, think of courthouses and things like that. And then we usually have some leeway to get our priorities in there. So, if we have that vehicle to be able to do that early next session, I don't see a bond bill coming out this year, to be honest with you. But if something comes out early next session, certainly the reps and I will advocate as much as we can to include the town hall with the authorization that we already put in there for the senior center. And then it just becomes a question of, how much money is freed up to be able to do those things in the state. And then it's just us shaking the trees as much as we can to make sure that, Norton's a priority.
Thank you.
Questions from the board? Absence of others, there's two things that have been on my radar, gentlemen. You mentioned traffic lights. We have one that's been planned for the intersection of 123 in North and South Washington. So the privilege white. Been on the radar for a number of years, but keep getting pushed back. Best recently.
Hey, Jack, your notebook's blocking your microphone again.
Oh, sorry. Thanks, Michael. The lights at 123 in North and South Worcester been on the radar for a number of years. It just keeps getting pushed back. And a few months ago, it was pushed from 2023 to 2025. So any advice or support that you guys have to make that a priority, that's a dastardly intersection, especially with the elementary school right there, and the bus traffic. It's only a matter of time before somebody has a very, very serious accident. And unfortunately, it seems like that's what it's going to need to take to get this moved up. So any advice that you guys have for that would be very welcome by the board and the residents of town.
Chairman, that was, I couldn't hear you there for a second. It's 123 North Worcester Street?
Yeah,
South Worcester.
South Worcester. Yep.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Okay, we can, the three of us will get a letter out tomorrow to District 5 and see if we can push them a little bit. Push them a lot, actually, because that was supposed to get done. And see if we can get some help. I know the other one down at 495 and 123, that's supposed to be moving ahead with the hopes of meeting when that new park opens. So that's moving ahead, but I don't know why the other one got pushed off. It shouldn't be. The traffic count is the worst intersection. So we agree.
Appreciate that. And Mr. Town Manager, you may correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe we actually funded the engineering study to make that available should an opportunity come up to move this up, correct?
You're right. We are paying for the engineering. It's in the design phase right now. And in order to get it on the tip quicker, we're paying for the engineering.
Thank you. Town manager, you said, or Mr. Chairman, you said that's on the 2025 tip right now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
do you think you can have the engineering done? Are you prepared to be able to fund that all this year, or it's a couple-year process?
I know it's a couple-year process. I'll let you guys know. I'll email you what design stage they're at right now.
Okay. Yeah, we'll get a letter out, Mr. Chairman, by next week.
That would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Representative Barrows, you did a safety, why do I believe, I remember about a year ago, maybe it was the delegation that did a safety study and recognized that as one of the dangerous areas. Is that a year ago?
Yeah, we did actually. It was Route 140 from the Foxborough Common to 123, 140, all the way down. So we didn't do right or left. When we got to Norton, we stopped at the Route 140 and 123 intersection there. That's how far we got.
Okay.
And that's a work in progress. Obviously, a lot of issues were discovered. Curb cuts being one that just create a barrage, lack of sidewalks in a lot of the area, lack of bike safety, that sort of thing. So I did hear and continue to talk about the bike trail, which seems to be coming along. You might get that at the same time we get the traffic signal, but that's a big project to go through Norton. So that's moving on the federal level. And I know you folks have been working every couple of weeks doing some, cleanup with the land takings and where the location of the whole thing is. So it's good to see that work taking place.
Yeah, I think we did a master plan workshop yesterday, and that was one of the key points that keeps coming up. And the town is very eager and excited to see that project slowly start to move forward again.
But we're excited in Mansfield to welcome you on brand new sidewalks that just got built that are double wide so that we don't crash into each other, Michael, on our tricycles. That'll be mine. I need a couple of 3 wheels, so I'll be fine. But great improvements, and again, the community's working together to, thank you to the regional sewer folks that get their end all paved and ready to go. It's going to be a great project. It's really going to connect the 3 towns, quite frankly, with Taunton coming in on the tail end of that. So good job.
Other questions?
Yep, Peter J. Wiggins.
Go ahead, Peter.
Yep, I want to thank you, Paul Feeney, Stephen Howard, and Fred Faber for doing a good job watching out over Norton. And I keep Norton informed for my video channel and also on my new radio show, WARA Radio 1320 in Ann Arbor, where I mentioned all the things that go on in Norton for my radio show Thursday 2-3 p.m. on WARA Radio 1320 in Ann Arbor. And you do a good job, Paul Feeney, Fred Faber, and Stephen Howard, and keep looking out for Norton just like we do in the town. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Peter, for your service.
You're welcome,
Yeah,
Fred.
Peter, we want to congratulate you on your new job and your new radio show.
Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful hard work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for all that you're doing, and for everybody's edification. We hear from Peter J. Wiggins all the time on issues facing Norton, and I know it's COVID-19's been tough on everybody, Peter, but keep doing what you're doing, my friend, and keeping us informed.
That's right, along with taking my trip to surrounding towns such as Ann Arbor, Taunton, and Buckland, and going forward, still with us, I will continue to take these trips and where my mask can be safe and be fun at the same time. That's right.
All right. Thank you, Peter. You are the master of plugs, by the way. Every time. That's good. Mr. Minutes, is there anything else for these gentlemen, or can we let them go for the evening?
They can go.
All right. Senator Feeney, Representative Howard, Representative Barrows, thank you so much for joining us and sharing your knowledge and expertise and what's going on. We really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Let's do it again soon. Let's get together more often. It's important that we share. You guys are welcome to call any of us, because calling one of us is calling 3 of us, because we do talk all the time about what's going on, and we're very, very fortunate to have the working relationship that we do with each other, and we look forward to building that with you as well. And so whatever we can do to help assist, we're more than willing. So thank you and all the contributions you guys are making to the town. Continued success.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the members of the board. Appreciate it.
Appreciate your support, gentlemen.
Second or third that, whatever works. Thank you.
All right. Have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Night.
Yeah, bye.
All right. Thanks, everyone, for allowing us to take things a bit out of order this evening. With that squared away, let's jump back up to the top of the meeting. Meg Artz did join shortly after we began. So, Meg,
I apologize, I can't get my video to work, so.
that's quite all right.
You'll have to teach me how to do that.
If I knew what I did, I would tell you. I don't.
Well, I can stop your video, Brad, if you want. All right. Section 2, appointments, resignations, and retirements. We're circling back to the appointment of a select board member to the Bristol County Advisory Board. So does anyone on the board have a desire to fill this? For the town manager, this seems to be a fairly light commitment time-wise.
I think it was between both Meg and I were talking about doing it. And I think both of us got very lax the days ago, like, it's okay, we both want to do it, but, so I would, Meg, if you had your video on, I'd do rock, paper, scissors right now, but, I don't.
Mike, I'm fine with you taking it. I'm gonna work on some of the Wheaton community relations stuff, so.
Right.
I'm good. It's all yours.
Well, with that,
Careful what I wish for, Meg.
Exactly.
So with that agreement, Chair would entertain a motion to nominate Michael Toole as the Select Board member to the Bristol County Advisory Board.
So moved.
Hey, there's your name.
Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes. I'll second.
Motion and a second. We'll go to the vote. Meg?
Yes.
Michael?
Yes.
Renee?
Yes.
Yes.
I too vote yes. Congratulations, Michael. Thank you for representing the board.
Thank you.
Next up, some sadder news, the resignation of Scott Allerhead from the Conservation Commission. Scott sent his resignation letter about 2 weeks ago, I believe. So we do we have to formally accept that, Mike?
I would.
Chair would entertain a motion to accept the resignation of Scott Allerhead from the Conservation Commission.
So moved.
Second.
Vote, Meg?
Yes.
Michael?
Yes.
Brad?
Yes.
Renee?
No.
I was going to do that, Renee.
I share your sadness, but I will respect Scott's wishes. Yes.
Yeah, I'm a yes.
Appreciate, Scott, if you're out there, all that you've done with the Conservation Commission. A tireless advocate for the group.
Mr.
Do you
Chairman.
know who the current chair is?
I do not. Mike, do you know?
I am not sure.
Is Jen on? Just see if Jen's on. No, she's not on.
No, I don't want to guess, so I'll wait.
Michael, you
Yeah, just to follow up on an appointment that we made a couple weeks ago. I have spoken to Bill Maher, and he has been sworn in by the town clerk for his appointment to the Water Commission.
thank you for following that up.
Thank you, Renee, for kind of reminding us all.
Oh, thanks, Zach. I got a text from him.
The So Mike, I believe we did get a letter of interest for a Concon spot.
I'm not sure. I have not seen that.
I know I got something, maybe you weren't on there. I was supposed to forward it. I'm sorry. Yeah.
I'll find it and forward it now.
Mr. Chairman, but we would take, at this point, we'd be opening the process, correct? Anybody that's interested in that position, send a letter, correct?
At least one, if not two positions available. So anyone out there who is interested? Please send any of us, or the town manager.
How big of a board is that? So I'm online. Oh, it's a 7-member. So they have, if this is up to date, they only have 6 members right now. I don't know if they have any alternates.
I don't think, they don't have alternates.
So then I would say if this is up to date, as Julian Kadesh as the chairman, and then 6 members, showing a total of 6 members.
Perhaps Mike, you could ask someone in the office to create a list of what vacancies exist on the boards. Get that publicized.
Yeah, get your microphone again.
I don't even know where it is. My thing is all the way over here. Like a list of open vacancies on the town boards and committees. We can try to publicize those and get everybody up to full swing.
And when would you want to make the appointment? At your first meeting in November?
I think that seems reasonable. We got a agenda the next few weeks.
And Mike and Jen, you'll have this in your box for the next agenda. At least the one interest that we have.
And you'll share that with the rest of the committee, right? I mean, the rest of
Everybody else received it. It went to the select board, but I can shoot it out again. Sure.
Thank you. I did not see it.
Appointments, resignations, or retirements, Mike?
Nope, that's it.
All right. Licenses and permits. We have a vote to approve the one-day beer and wine liquor license to Megan Motto for a private event at ELP from 12.
So moved.
Second.
Questions about this before we vote? Seeing none, we'll jump right in. Meg?
Yes.
Michael?
Aye.
Brought it back. Brad?
Yes.
Renee?
Yes.
Hugo, yes. Yeah. Seeing no other licenses, we have at least 2 announcements. Michael?
Yep, we have a couple of things going on. Hold on one second. The first one is this Saturday to honor VFW Day. The VFW is doing a statewide food for vets. Any military families, active military families, or veterans can get a package of failing the food crunch. Is eligible to receive a food package from the VFW. The only thing that they do is ask that you go on the website and register prior. But the event is this Saturday from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. The other, there are a couple other, we have more announcements than listed here, but the next one is it's now time for the fuel assistance, and this is being coordinated by the Norton Human Services Department, and you can go to the Senior Center today to make an appointment at 508-285-0235. There's also on their website is a link for more information, and this is for obviously, I think I said fuel assistance, to apply for fuel assistance. The other announcements are just kind of follow-ups from this coming Saturday, as at Parks and Rec is putting on our Royal Fall Festival with the Snow Sisters, Saturday, October 3rd at 11 a.m. At Library Park. And tickets are $15 per household and may be purchased in advance. There will be COVID, they will be following state guidelines for COVID. And if you want more information for tickets, you can email starlight.events@outlook.com. And you can also visit the Parks and Rec website for that. And wanted to remind everyone that there will be the Scarecrow contest. For more information on the Scarecrow contest, also visit the Park and Recs. That's going to be on October 18th, but they're going to be looking to have people register before then, from the 18th to the 31st. And last but not least, I'm missing one here. That's what I have. I wanted to talk about the Halloween program, but I don't have that announcement right in front of me. Does anybody know that information, recall that information?
Which one is that, Michael?
The Halloween, the car decoration program.
It's that,
Yeah, you know something. I will, if you visit, I didn't see it on Park and Rec's website, but if you visit there will be information on there. I'll follow up with Sharon.
Jack, there's definitely something going on with your microphone.
All right. I will try to enunciate very clearly. I apologize if I sound weird.
Please don't talk like that the rest of the meeting when I hang up.
I think I can mute him, Michael.
Fair enough.
Okay. Does anyone else have any other announcements? The town clerk did issue an alert today that the mail-in ballots have been received. So those will be going out soon. There's, I think, more than 4,000 that were requested. So they are in the process of processing those to go out. And as a reminder, they can be dropped back in the mail into the drop box at Town Hall or brought to the polling place by November 3rd. So we have 3 options to return those. I believe early voting is set to go from Saturday, October 17th through Friday, October 30th. Don't know, Mike, if we are prepared to announce the location for that, if that agreement has been signed by both parties.
That is Jack. Sorry, Mike, I apologize.
It's okay.
You take it.
Go ahead, Mike.
No, I'm not surrendering to you, Mike.
I don't know. I talked to Lucia today and asked her to contact Gator Investments or Gator Properties and see if they've FedExed it back to us yet, but at least if they could scan it to her so she'd know. So I didn't talk to her at the end of the day, so I don't know if she's received their signed.
I am here. No, I haven't heard anything back from them. Jack, if you don't mind, I'd just like to say one thing. The state laws are changing every day and pretty fast, and they're doing a thing now with ballots that come in after 5 o'clock are to be not counted until the next day. They're giving till November 6th for all ballots to be in that are postmarked before November 3rd or at November 3rd at the latest. So we cannot empty the box after 5 o'clock on election day, the ballot box, the drop box outside. We have to wait till the next day. That's how it stands as of today. The state is saying that the town clerks, which is absolutely true on the presidential elections, are there until the very wee hours of the morning, sometimes 2, 3, or 4 a.m. And they want to stop that. So just to clarify that, do not bring your ballots to the polling place after 5 o'clock on election day.
Polling place or the drop box, Lucia?
They can put them in the drop box, the polling place. So at Norton Middle School, after 5 o'clock, no ballots. They don't want any ballots. We don't want any ballots dropped off there. The processing as far as any of the ballots, vote by mail ballots, or absentee ballots, after 5 o'clock not to be returned to the polling place, put them in the drop box. And after 5 o'clock, the drop box is not to be checked until the next morning. And those ballots will definitely still be counted, obviously, up until November 6th. Any ballots, like I said, returned, postmarked before or at the latest November 3rd will definitely be counted. But that's what they came up with today. It's just creating too many issues. And like I said, they don't want, not to be a baby or anything, but they don't want the town clerks in there at 3 or 4 in the morning still counting ballots.
Thank you, Lucia.
Okay, that's today's report from the state, from Bill Galvin. Subject to change tomorrow.
I was gonna say, hold your breath, it'll change tomorrow.
And just to, so you'll know that the ballots came in yesterday. We started mailing today, and we got a really good jump on, and we probably got just about half of them. A good part out today, and a good part going out tomorrow. So it's going very well, and I'm anticipating by Wednesday next week all ballots that we have received up to date for the mail-in ballot will be out.
That's great. Specimen ballot been put out onto the glass of town hall, or
The specimen ballots have not been received yet, Michael. The only ballots that have come in so far are the early absentee ballots. The official ballots are not in, and the specimen ballots come in when the official ballots come in.
Okay, perfect.
All right. Lucia, can you let us know what the hours for early voting will be at the...
Yes, I can. Can I say, I don't know, can I say where we're going to have it, Michael Units?
I think you am all. Go ahead.
All right. It's going to be on 175 Mansfield Ave. It's in Suite 3, and that is the second suite from McDonald's. The signs are due I ordered the signs, they're due in hopefully tomorrow, and I'll have the highway department get them up in the windows that will say the hours, and it says something like early voting station here. The hours are, starts on the 17th, which is a Saturday. That Saturday is 7 a.m. to 11 due to town meeting at 1 o'clock. So it's 7 a.m. to 11. Sunday will be 8 to 12. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday are going to be from 8 to 3. I think it's 8:30 to 3:30 or 8 to 3:30. I'm sorry. Friday will be 8 to 12, and then we go back to Saturday and Sunday. That will be 8 to 12, and then the week after, it's 2 straight weeks. The week after, it'll be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, 8 to 3:30, and then it will end on the Friday on October 30th from 8 to 12. I'll be posting those hours out. So.
Yeah. That's great. Thank you, Lucia.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Lucia while we have her? Okay. We're done with announcements. Back to new business. Item 2, discussion and or vote on the SAFER grant awarded to Norton Fire Department.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Town Manager?
Chief Simmons is on tonight to give you an explanation of the grant that his staff worked hard to request, and they did receive it, and he'd like to explain that.
Good evening, everybody. So, first off, I just wanted to acknowledge and thank Deputy Keene. He did a ton of work to put this grant together, so we really appreciate that. And also thank you to the town manager and the select board for allowing us to have that second deputy position on a temporary basis, because that facilitated this. So, the SAFER grant stands for Staffing of Added Fire and Emergency Response, and we get awarded the grant to hire 4 new firefighters. Let's turn my volume down, sorry. And we get, our award is for $1,034,000. And actually, this year, they actually waived the municipality contribution. So Typically, in past years, that would have been 30% for the first 2 years and 70% for the third year the town would have been responsible for. So that's an additional $310,000 back to us that we would get. So the grant's designed to help communities meet industry standards, to provide adequate fire protection for fires and fire-related hazards. And the goal is to improve fire department staffing levels to ensure the adequate number of personnel can respond and perform safely at incident scenes. So that's kind of the overview of the grant. We're pretty excited to get it. A lot of work to get it. It's a competitive grant. So we're pretty happy. I'm also happy to answer any questions that any of you may have.
Thank you, Chief. Any questions?
Just one, Jack, if I may.
Please do.
Actually, congratulations, Chief, and I know this is something that you guys worked hard to get, and I remember when you first told me about it, you're like, I'm not sure if it's going to happen, but, so congratulations.
Thank you.
One of the things that, Jack, that has come to me, I've been approached by a few citizens as well, and I've already spoken to the chief about it, and he's open to having a open forum at a later date regarding, some people said, oh, we're excited about this grant, we can do it to open Chartley. Well, one of the things the chief has done is he's been obviously focused on employment numbers, but he said he's open to having a open discussion at a later date regarding the reality of Chartley. And, it's one of those discussion points that we keep hearing in, and I know I'll let you kind of talk a little bit more about our discussion last week, Chief, about, you don't have to go into a lot of detail, but obviously the grant and what it's being used for and, so on and so forth.
Yeah, sure. So, our goal, as we talked about, is to actually open Chartley. If we, once we get this and we hire all the personnel, that'll bring us up to 10 people per shift, right? So, right now we're already down 4 positions. We've been working, actively to try to hire those positions. It's kind of a whole other story. But so once we can fill out these positions, obviously it takes about a year from the time we hire somebody to get them through all the physical agility tests and the physicals and interview process and fire academy and all that kind of stuff. So after about a year, hopefully, if we can keep that level of 10, then we have a real chance of opening Chartley, possibly, winter, spring of F22,
And that's great. I mean, I think we don't want to put the rest of the town, one of the things that we know that staffing has always been is your biggest challenge, keeping people healthy and making sure the staff. But I know that you and I have talked and you showed a lot of concern, hearing people's concerns about Chartley. So it's great to hear that it's not off the table, but it's right now this money is being granted just to kind of formulate the numbers of your team.
Right. We're certainly working towards that, getting that open.
So, Chief, if I can ask, with this grant, does it provide you any additional, leniencies to get more staff? I know that you've had some challenges in the past with hiring.
So this grant will completely fund 4 additional firefighters to our current staffing levels. It'll cover all their salaries, any incentives, in addition to fringe benefits like health insurance and so forth. So that's exactly what this grant is designed to do, is to cover that. Did I answer your question?
No, I'm just wondering if you feel that you're going to be able to actually fill the positions, right? You've been struggling with it. I'm
sorry. Okay, I understand what you're saying. Yep. So I actually just called for another list 2 days ago. So that should be actually getting published. I'm hoping tomorrow morning. Typically they have about a week to send out from there. So we'll see how that goes. I called for a paramedic list again. As we've discussed before, we're trying to hire paramedics. It's a practice that we've been doing for the past probably 18, 20 years. As a lot of you know already, we've had discussions. The civil service list has been going for 3 years, and it's pretty much exhausted. I'm calling for it again. This will make the 3rd time. I'm hoping that maybe some people have maybe graduated paramedic school since the last time I've called for a list and changed their status. So I'm hoping to, if we get lucky, catch a couple people with this one that I just tried. I also heard recently that the civil service is stating their new list from the new test that they're doing should be out sometime in December. So my secondary plan is to call for that new list as soon as it comes out at 8:01 in the morning, and see what we can do from there. And and if we can't fill all those positions at that point, I think that we're going to have to seriously consider hiring the remaining of those positions with EMTs and potentially paying for them to go to EMT school, which would involve us having, what I would anticipate is us having an MOU with them that they get their paramedic within a certain amount of years as a condition of employment, in addition to a repayment schedule if they decided to leave, so that way we don't pay for their paramedic school and they go take a job at another fire department and we're out that money, so I feel confident that we can fill the positions. We can certainly fill those positions with EMTs very quickly, but trying to get paramedics so that we can, not only we need paramedics, but I'm also trying to avoid that additional cost of us having to pay for them to go to paramedic school.
Sure. Does the grant cover any of that cost for training if we need to send them?
No, unfortunately, it does not cover costs for paramedic schooling. It's strictly for salaries and benefits.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
Chief, is the grant, I'm assuming, contingent on hiring of these positions?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So if we don't hire, then we do not get the money. So it's basically.
Yes, sir, that's correct. We have 180 days from approximately 2 weeks ago to hire those positions. So we have about 6 months to fill those positions. And that's actually what I'm kind of trying to do. It'll actually work out well for us if we hire them in, say, late December, January, maybe February, because that'll actually split the fiscal year when it comes time for us to own the cost of those positions too. So.
All right. So you have 8 positions to hire altogether now.
Yeah, I know.
Good luck. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you, Lee. We're trying.
Any other questions for Chief Simmons or Deputy Chief Keene? All right. Thank you, gentlemen. And again, congratulations. And thank you for working so hard to create this opportunity for the town. This is it's a huge win.
Awesome. Thank you very much. I appreciate the support as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Guys, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if the board could just vote to accept the grant.
We can do that.
That always helps.
Yes, it does. Thank you, Mike, for keeping us on track. Chair would entertain a motion to accept the Safer grant awarded to Norton Fire Department.
So moved.
Seconded.
All right, thank you. Meg,
Yes.
Michael,
Yes.
Brad,
Yes.
Renee.
Yes.
I too vote yes. Thank you all.
Thanks again.
Self-conscious about the yays.
I'm waiting for someone else to do it. It's a little needle to you.
Fair enough.
I'm surprised Renee hasn't done it yet.
Oh, there are other things to poke a needle at.
Yeah, there always is.
All right. Speaking of needles, we have a biofarm company up next, the Elm Island TIF Agreement Amendment. I see a few familiar faces.
Mr. Chairman, do you think they can come back to another meeting? I'm kidding, gentlemen.
I see a few familiar faces from last night's Finance Committee meeting. So, gentlemen, thank you for hanging out with us 2 nights in a row. I'll turn this over to Michael and anyone else from your side.
Okay, as you, Elm Island came before you previously with a request to amend the TIF because they want to lower their employment number requirement. And the request from the board was that they go to the EDC, which they have done, and also the Finance Committee. And last night, the Finance Committee did vote to support the amendment. If I could just share some information briefly to show you. This was shown to the Finance Committee last night. Let me...
Town manager of the EDC also unanimously approves the TIF recommendation.
Okay. All right, let me let me share.
I think while town manager pulls that up, I heard it put very nicely by, I think it was Aaron Smith from the FinCom last night, that the intent of this amendment is to align the headcount with the intended new hiring so that the state does not come back to Elm Island and say you are not meeting the terms of the TIF and claws back some of that agreement money. So hopefully I'm stating that correctly. I think that makes sense. This is an administrative piece.
Correct. And can you see this slide that I'm showing right now? This was presented at the request of the Finance Committee to show a comparison. The bottom line on that graph shows $200,000. That was the value of the raw land. The next line on the graph shows $2 million, which would have been the value if it was a typical spec warehouse that was constructed on the property. The third graph shows what was estimated to be the total cost of the value of the building, $4 million, and permit fees of $500,000 when the TIF was originally approved. So now the construction value of the building has turned out to be $8 million, and we received $1.7 million in permit fees as part of the project.
Mike, maybe, did I miss this last, what brought the cost of the building up? I mean, is that just equipment inside of it, or permanent capital improvements, or what's the?
I'll leave that to Corey.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, and as you can see, I'm in a manufacturing facility right now and thus wearing a mask. But yes, it was a combination of both the infrastructure and the equipment within the facility that supports our manufacturing process.
Was there also an increase of excise tax at all? Are you aware of it, Mike or Corey?
No, there was not that I'm aware of.
I was just curious.
But with this slide, you can see that just outside the box, the first column outside the box was the original estimated value of $4 million, and the value actually came in at $8,222,865. So the town is receiving increased tax revenue from that because of the doubling of the value of that building.
Any other questions from the board before we entertain a vote on this? Seeing none, Chair would entertain a motion to accept the amendment to the Elm Island TIF agreement to be presented for an up and down vote at the upcoming town meeting.
So,
All right.
Second. You got 3 so moves. I'll second it.
I know. It's an abundance of movements. All right. Seeing no further discussion, go to the vote. Meg?
Yes.
Renee?
Yes.
Michael?
aye.
Brad?
Yes.
I too say yes. Congratulations, gentlemen. Thank you so much. Appreciate All Island's partnership in town, and best luck on the 17th.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much,
gentlemen.
everyone.
Thanks.
Good evening.
It's going to be weird not having those guys at our next meeting.
We can still ask you to come back.
Okay, discussion on Halloween trick-or-treating with the Board of Health agent. Mr. Zahner, are you on?
I am. How are you?
Good. Chris, how are you tonight?
Good, thanks.
You're burning the midnight oil in the office, I see.
Oh, let's see if I could share my screen here.
Is there an equivalent of the Grinch for Halloween?
Can we see it?
There you go.
Yep.
Okay. So I wanted to put this together, you know, and be able to update you both on COVID as well as the Halloween update. I was waiting. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. So I was waiting for the state's guidance to come out, which it did last week, it actually surprised me. The guidance surprised me a little bit, but I'm excited about it. I was talking to Michael Toole last week a little bit, and I was concerned that Halloween may not happen, but according to the state, we can do this safely. So I'll start off a little bit about COVID-19 though first. So let me see if I can get it going here. All right, so currently our cases right now, this is something that I update almost real time on the website, on the Board of Health website. So currently we have a total of 214 cases, 9 of which are active cases. So we have 9 currently in isolation, and those come off, periodically. So you'll see these numbers change on a daily basis usually. And unfortunately, we are still we've lost 7 Norton residents throughout the time of COVID, and we're very sad about that. But I wanted to get on to, so this is also some of the stuff that I've been sharing with the schools to help them stay up to date on what's going on. And as you can see, we were, obviously very high in the spring. We came back down. We had a fairly quiet summer. But the month of September, we definitely had an uptick. And I will say this, that a lot of the cases are, I can't give out a lot of personal information, or I got to be real careful about what I can say here. But what I can say is that we had about 21 cases divided amongst 6 homes. So out of the 31, it was 21 that were out of 6 different houses, multiple cases in each house. Everybody has been extremely responsive to our phone calls, excellent with following the guidelines. Everybody has been so great with working with our office. We've been working with the CTC as well with the contact tracing. They've been helping us out a lot, but things are going very smooth. And although the number's gone up, we still feel like it's very much in control.
Chris, may I ask before you move on?
Sure.
Are you seeing any sort of trends? Like, is it people who aren't following the guidelines, or families attending parties and it spreading that way? Like, have you identified any of that?
So it's been very difficult to identify because most people we speak with have no idea where they got it. They haven't, they haven't had any family parties, or at least they're not telling us they have. So that's something I've been trying to work real hard on with Donna Palmer, our public health nurse, to see if we can narrow that down. But it's been very, very difficult. And it also, it depends on whether or not, we actually get a hold of the resident and we're able to do the tracing. So, but, it has not been anything, we haven't had anything that we could say for sure what is causing this. We know that the one great thing that it isn't is the schools opening up between Norton Public Schools and Wheaton College. We've had very minimal issue. We did have the one case in the school system a couple weeks ago. That child is now out of isolation, which is a great thing. The other kids are finishing up their quarantine. So, we responded to that. The school department was excellent with how they handled things. It was, nipped in the butt real fast, and everybody got in control, as well as the youth soccer and youth baseball leagues. So, and dance studios. There was a lot of people involved with that one case, and everybody jumped on it and got it under control. It was excellent. We all worked together on it.
Chris, wouldn't that be typical if it's in a household that everyone's going to have it? So 6 families, that's not abnormal, right?
Right. That's why I say that's why it's not as alarming to us that it's up to 31, because we had 6 households with basically everybody in the household getting it.
Right.
So it's not as alarming. So, it is an uptick, but we feel like it's very much in control.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Chris, have you digested the new guidance that came out of earlier this week or late last week out of the State House regarding the increase of public events? Have you digested that yet?
Yes. So
is there any action from us, you think, or from yourself or guidance that we should go?
not necessarily. I think that, I mean, I have been working with Sharon from the rec department in regards to some of her events that she was limiting to 50 and are now allowed to have 100 people. So we are working together on that. I will, and I apologize, I did not put that in this slideshow, but I will get you some information if you want to promote that, and I'll also put it out on Norton Alerts to just update everybody on the new guidance. But I apologize, I did not put that in this slide.
That's all right. I just want to make sure, because I heard, you're saying 100, I heard 250, so I don't even know what the correct answer is.
Okay, so, all right, let me see if I can just pull it up on my other screen here, just so I can have it in front of me.
What I don't want to do is kind of say we could have, should have,
Yep. So, let me see if I can just pull it up real quick.
I think it's, there's a percentage of max capacity up to a maximum of 2.
Right, so it's 50%. I just want to be able to read it to be accurate, but it's 50% of the occupancy or capacity of the establishment, or up to 250 people. So no more than 250, but you'd have to have a 500 capacity level to get to that point.
Yeah, we don't have anything. What about outside guidance?
Let me pull that up here. Hold on 1 second. Here we go. Any other questions while I'm looking at this?
Not so much a question, Chris, but just to piggyback on what you were saying about the town soccer and baseball, softball. My girls are both in softball this year, so I've been spending my Sundays at the field, and I have to say, what I see from the Norton residents really makes me proud. The adoption and adherence to masking and attendance limits is damn near perfect. Sadly, the other teams that I watched on Sunday, none of them were wearing masks. There was 15 people there per kid. I mean, it's unfortunate, and I don't know if that's because we had that close call last week, that it's hit a bit closer to home. But it was really disappointing to see just that stark difference in how different communities are approaching it.
Yeah.
So kudos to Jim Ingram at NY.
Yes.
BS. I'm not familiar with the soccer team, but I'm hearing the same.
I was at Sunday, I was at a baseball and at the middle school, and everyone wore masks. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's done a great job of communicating, I think, and I do like the decision that was made about no more Attleboro games, just because of the rates increasing. So I think that was a smart move. I mean, they're on top of it. I have to say they're communicating well. The COVID checks before practices and games, and it's good.
Yet another volunteer organization in town that is absolutely killing it. So kudos to them.
I apologize. I'm trying to pull this up, but I don't have it in front of me.
I got a question.
Go ahead, Peter.
Tuesday, I'm going to go to Attleboro. Tuesday, along with going to North Attleboro on Tuesday. So the Attleboro is in West, so can I still go to Attleboro? Because I will remember to be safe, wear a mask and be safe and be fun at the same time, right, Jack and Chris?
That's right, buddy.
That's right.
Just
all right. So I'm sorry, it took me so long to pull that up. So anyway, on the indoor performance venues, they're permitted to open with 50% capacity. Now, a performance venue is considered a place with a stage and seated audience. So it's not a bar, it's not a band playing at your local bar. It's like if you had an event at the auditorium of the school. So 50% capacity, a maximum of 250 people. Outdoor performance venue capacity, same thing. They have to be seated and watching the performance, socially distanced. With an increase, they increased that to 50% as well, with a max of 250 people. A lot of this stuff doesn't really pertain to Norton because we don't have a lot of these things, but for arcades, indoor, outdoor, recreational businesses, like trampolines, obstacle courses, roller rinks, laser tag, we really don't have any of that stuff, but they will also raise up to an increase of capacity of 50% of their regular capacity. Fitting rooms and retail stores is now allowed to be opened. Gyms, museums, libraries, driving and flight schools also permitted to increase their capacity to 50% on their classrooms. So whatever their regular capacity is, they can have 50% capacity now. We've been speaking with the gyms in town. They're doing an excellent job at keeping people socially distanced. And most of them don't really want to add too much to their capacity because they feel like they've got it in control. The revised gathering order, which is the indoor gatherings for private, so at your home, would be 25 people maximum for all communities. That's not just Norton, that would be all communities. Outdoor gatherings at private residence and private backyards will remain a maximum of 50 people. And then outdoor gatherings at event venues and public settings will have a limit of 50 people in step 1 communities and a limit of 100 people in lower risk, which is what Norton is. So currently we are at 100 people because we're on the lower risk level. I am, just so you're aware, I'm looking in to see, I put the question into the state on looking for a definition on some of these things. You know, when they say outdoor event venues, you know, does that include our rodeo? You know, that type of thing. So I asked them to clarify the definition on that because I did get a phone call from the rodeo on, you know, whether or not they met that, the new order. So we'll see what happens with that. I'm actually going to be on a call with the state tomorrow morning. But that's basically it on those new guidances. Any questions with that?
That's great, Chris. Thank you.
Let me move on here. Come on. Here we go. All right. So this is another chart that I made up for the schools. As you can see, I started at August 24th for the schools at their request, so they could get an idea of, you know, where the spikes are happening as far as age groups. As you can see, our highest age group right now is between 19 and 30 years old, and our second is 51 to 60. We have 3, and this is actually, we just received just now a 4th child in the 0 to 18 range. That child was connected to the other child that we had, so it wasn't a surprise at all. It was a family member. So yeah, you can see right now our issue that we're having is 19 to 30. As everybody was probably would have the same concern. My concern is that college kids. But as we know with Wheaton, if it is college kids, it's not Wheaton college kids. And I'll get to that in a minute on my next slide. But we are, like I said, was saying with Renee earlier, we are doing our best to find out where some of these cases are coming from and try to get a grip on anything that we could possibly do about helping with those situations, because it's also possible because people are asymptomatic and they're transmitting this, and so that's been the hardest thing is trying to figure out where it's coming from. I apologize, I'm not the best public speaker.
You're doing great.
Doing great, Chris.
So, moving on to Wheaton College, this came right off of their site, and it's a pretty awesome result that they have here with total test results of 15,622 since they started their fall semester, or just prior to the start of fall semester. And currently, they still are at 2 positive results that they've had out of the 15,000 plus, and those 2 are staff members, not students. And they're both recovered, I believe, at this point. So that puts them at a positivity rate of 0.01%, and I think that's fantastic. And they are working closely with Norton Medical as well as Sturdy Hospital and the CTC. So fortunately, they haven't had to do a whole lot with those groups, but they're ready to go if something does happen. So essentially, that's it on my COVID update right now. On the Halloween and trick-or-treating safety. So this was the guidance from the state. And so essentially, by reading this, we'll find that it's essentially just follow the regular COVID guidance for safety as far as wearing a mask, face coverings. They are saying to wear a mask even if you have a Halloween mask on. Keep a mask, a cloth mask, or the light surgical mask underneath your Halloween mask. Socially distance from anybody that's not your family. Do your best to not spend too much time at each door, because as we know, close contact is considered 15 minutes within 6 feet. Observe good hand hygiene. Keep hand sanitizer on you at all time and use it. Use it after every time you handle candy, before you eat the candy. Try not to touch your face, and stay home if you have any symptoms. If you don't feel well, if you've tested positive, or you've been exposed to a positive case, and if you've traveled out of state, you should be on a 14-day quarantine. So it's essentially the same guidance that we've been going with all along, is what they're saying for Halloween. I think that a lot of people are going to be nervous about this, and I think the suggestion, if you don't feel comfortable handing out the candy, the old rule when I was, well, it still is, taking my kids out now, that if the lights are out at the home, they're not handing out candy. So this doesn't, if you don't feel comfortable, you just don't do it,
I thought the CDC gave good guidance that you sent to us about, putting bags, like pre-filled bags or candy at the end of the driveway or somewhere close.
Right, so
Want to do that?
this is, and stuff like this as well, which I thought was really cool. Stuff like this makes it fun, Make up a slide for the candy so you don't have to get close to the kids. You know what I mean? Don't leave the bowl of candy out there and expect them to grab it out of there. First of all, that's a lot of contact on that candy, and second of all, it'll be gone in no time.
Renee, your slide looked a little different.
I know. I think I like my slide a little better. It was more adult focused. I'll send it to you, Chris.
So, there are safe ways to do this. I think that everybody has been excellent so far with COVID safety, and everybody knows what they're supposed to do. The kids, even the kids know, keep your mask on. I think it's going to be a great time. I think we can do this safely. And that being said, that's based on where we are right now with COVID. This could change in a couple of weeks. I hope it doesn't. We all hope it doesn't. But if all of a sudden the numbers start to go up quick, this could change. And so we have to keep that in mind. But as of right now, the guidance is that we can move forward with this as long as we do it safely. And so at this point, I want to say happy Halloween to the kids, So, any other questions?
That's great, Chris. And I think the allowing parents to make their own decisions has been received very positively amongst the residents in town. just
Yeah.
gives people the freedom of choice, so I think that's the great
I
thing.
mean, we all know how to be safe, and we all know how to be smart adults, smart adults and do the right thing, and keep our kids safe. And so, keep an eye on them and everybody do the right thing. And I think we'll be fine. The biggest thing is wear a mask, keep the sanitizer on you to make sure you can sanitize frequently, and make sure when you get home from trick-or-treating, everybody wash their hands before touching anything. I wouldn't hesitate to take a sanitary wipe, like a Clorox wipe or something, if you want, wipe the packages down before the kids get the candy. But, that maybe I'm being a little bit overboard.
I think that's a good recommendation. Thank you, Chris. This is great to see the preparation that you put in this. Much
All right.
appreciated.
All right. Any other questions? Okay.
All right. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Stop my share here.
Thank you, Chris.
Hey, sorry about that. I was just saying goodnight to one of the kids. Let's see. Moving on. Discussion and/or vote to approve the amendment to the mitigation grant agreement with Carroll Advertising. Mr. Town Manager.
Yeah, unmute yourself, Mike.
Sorry about that. So Carroll Advertising had an agreement signed with the Board of Selectmen to provide a mitigation payment to the town of Norton for $300,000 upon construction of a sign, which they have put up along 495. And Mr. Carroll is looking to amend the agreement due to some of the financial issues to allow for payments of $30,000 a year with the addition of another $15,000. So the total payment would be $315,000 instead of $300,000. And the payments would be $30,000 a year, with the last payment in year 10 being $45,000. And I wanted to see if the board would be in agreement to that, to up it from 300 to 315 and 10 payments.
Is this in our packet?
Yes.
So I remember they made this offer initially and we declined it. And I can't recall why that was. Do you remember, Mike? It was shortly after we joined the board.
Yeah, I don't remember. I was trying to.
I thought it was because we didn't want the money all up front. We wanted to spread it out over the year so that it was consistent
Right.
for the budget.
Yep. That's what this would help with that.
So, Mike, I saw the boards up. Only one seems to be working. Is that just because they're still in process of doing this?
Yeah, he's working on an agreement with Mass Highway to trim some of their trees on the north side of the sign.
Okay. And we still have the right. We have some free time, right?
Yes.
That we can put our messages on.
Yep. So if you ever have anything that you want on the sign, let me know and I'll contact him.
And where is the sign? I'm sorry.
The sign is along 495 in between the Bay Road exit and 123 on the south side of 495.
South side.
I always refer to it as like close to Holiday Inn. I mean, I think it'd be a great opportunity right now to get information up there about the town meeting. Right, and then even information, just basic, Chris just talked about all the requirements, like, basic things like, hey, wear your mask, so be socially distant, wash your hands, like, let's get some of those messages out there. If we can.
Yeah, again, I see it all the time in Mansfield. they're great about promoting on any time they have a free sign that they're wearing a mask or town election, whatever's going on. So I don't know why we're not allowed to.
Yep, I have to go to Mansfield a lot and I've seen those signs up there.
Thank you, Peter. Yeah, I remember we talked about that before, Mike, and I think we only had 2 of those display signs available at the time, or it may have only been 1. I don't know if Keith has had any luck scrapping together enough money to buy more. I know we're talking about 2 different signs now. We got the...
I know, because, yeah,
I saw the sign.
It opened up my eyes. I saw the sign.
We're doing
We're
karaoke.
still not doing karaoke.
We are doing karaoke.
Try all fun, we're not doing it.
I meant to move a motion about October 29th being the select board Halloween costume Zoom.
Yeah. All right, let's try to bring it back here. So I think we're talking about 2 things here. We have the Carroll agreement on 495, and then there's the general note about if we can leverage the highway signs, like the or roadwork signs, for publicizing things.
I think they're 2 different issues. Can we just stick with the Carroll first and then we can talk about the highway signs?
Yeah, we can circle back to the other one.
Yeah, please. Guys, I don't understand, I wasn't part of the first discussion, so for me, we're gaining more money and I didn't see the downside of this, so unless I missed something that you guys had previously discussed, and it sounds like you did discuss this previously.
Yeah, I personally don't have a problem with this. Just going into the idea of, putting messages up on the board, I would think it'd be a more appropriate place maybe for the, whatever they call the industrial development, the economic development committee, maybe to advertise the spaces that are available in Norton for corporations to expand and, kind of sell the town to people driving by. Because I think it'd be more for out-of-town people than in town.
Agreed. It's a great idea, Brett.
So my only question is on this, I see that it says the amendment is specific to 1 sign, right? And we initially, this was a double-sided 2 signs. So what are the terms with the second sign?
so the sign is, he's looking to put up another sign. So the sign is 1 sign, 2 sides is 1 sign. And he is in negotiation now for another location for the second one.
And that would be another $300,000. If you look at the next page,
Right.
Renee, the original grant is
Yeah,
there.
I remember that part. I just wanted to see what the, I mean, I know we're changing, we're doing an amendment just for the 1. I don't know if we anticipate that this would happen with the second one, which isn't part of the conversation, but I just want to make sure the second one is still coming.
It is.
Town manager, the major cause for this is just cash flow for Carroll?
Yes, yeah. He had to purchase property for the second one.
All right, I'm hearing a general consensus on this, so Chair would entertain a motion to accept and approve the amendment to the mitigation grant agreement with Carroll Advertising to move from a one-time $300,000 payment for 1 sign to a total of $315,000 over 10 years, $30K per year, years 1 through 9, and a final payment of $45K in the final year.
So moved.
Okay.
All right, we got 3 motions and then 2 seconds, so I think we're good.
We got it covered.
Discussion, Jack?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to know, is there a clause in here that should something happen that they still owe us the full $315,000 if the sign comes down or otherwise they move out of the area?
That would be in the old agreement.
because I remember talking about that too. Can we make sure that the amendment has some language to that effect?
Yep.
Because before it was one lump sum, so we were gonna get it and that was it. Now that it's extended over multiple years, we should just make sure that if there's any change in their business, that the town is still going to have the opportunity to have those funds.
Yeah, that is in the original agreement.
But we're amending that agreement, right? So we should make sure it's in the amendment.
Yeah, just amending these sections of that agreement. The payment section.
So with that friendly amendment included, we'll go to the vote. Meg?
Yes.
Michael? I saw him say yes. Brad?
Yes.
Renee?
Yes.
I too vote yes. Alrighty. Another one down. Vote to accept the $10,000 grant from Taunton River Stewardship Council for the Water Bodies / Waterways Access Master Plan. Is a long title. Can you summarize that for us, Mike?
Yeah. So Jennifer Carlino, the conservation agent, was able to obtain this grant. The master plan that she is looking to do is $29,610. And so this will reduce the cost to $19,610. And this will be a master plan for access for people in boats to the water bodies in Norton. And it'll help out, we've been having a lot of discussion with neighbors around the reservoir. And so hopefully this will help develop a suitable plan so people can access the water and put less of a burden on some of those other people.
Michael?
Mr. Town Manager, if this is also on the warrant, correct? The master plan is on the warrant for the town meeting and you're on mute.
It is on the warrant.
And if that does not pass, what happens to this $10,000?
We won't get it.
Okay, but I just want to make sure everyone's clear on that.
And the finance committee did vote last night to support this that article on the warrant.
Any other questions? Seeing none, Chair would entertain a motion to accept the $10,000 grant from the Taunton River Stewardship Council for the Water Bodies / Waterways Access Master Plan.
You're getting good at this, Jack. So moved.
All right, motion and a second. Meg?
Yes.
Michael?
Aye.
Brad?
Yes.
Renee?
Yes.
I too vote yes. Thank you. Next topic of discussion is the home markets foods traffic. So for other members of the board, this is a business that is at, I think it's 380 South Worcester Street, the site of the former Cisco building. There has been elevated to Michael and I when we were out on the common a few weeks ago, some resident issues with the amount of truck traffic that's going in there exceeding what was originally discussed and agreed to. I think back when home markets came in, they are not following the agreed to path to get access to the site, going deeper into the residential neighborhoods. So all those factors combined, creating a more hazardous situation and a nuisance for the residents nearby. So.
And Jack,
Sorry, Meg.
I was gonna say, Jack, I heard from some residents on Gaffney Road, right in front of the Cisco, or the old Cisco, and they have indicated that they've actually reached out to the market several times, to the gentleman named Dan, who's been super helpful and very apologetic and all that, but I just think it's, you know, he's trying to manage both being a landlord plus managing staff. So I just think I think we need to sort of step in and figure out how we can make sure that the business, you know, they feel wanted and encouraged to stay, but on the flip side, they have to be reminded they're in a residential neighborhood. I've heard stories of them, you know, one of the truck drivers, I guess, saw all of his friends at 5:30 in the morning. And so, just gotta think about this.
Mr. Chair.
Yep, go ahead, Michael.
So originally, Mr. George Pass came to us, you and I, and at that point, obviously, I approached the town manager, and that kind of asked him. This is one of those situations. Obviously, Mr. Hast was concerned about safety issues and the exits and so forth. So Mike, I asked Mike to look into it, and I'm going to ask Mike to kind of give us an update of what he did at that time, and then we've gotten some communication since then. So, Mike, can you give us an update on that? No, mute. You're on mute. You're still on mute.
We have talked with the representative from Home Market Foods that manages the site, and he also reached out to one of the neighbors to talk to them. I know that one of the suggestions was from one of the neighbors that Michael was telling me was to have the trucks go down Woodward Street. But I provided you with a agreement that was signed between the town and Home Market Foods, Board of Selectmen and Home Market Foods. It's a memorandum of understanding on the truck route that everyone coming out of the facility is supposed to turn left on South Worcester Street and head towards Eddy Street, and then down Eddy Street, head east to Route 140, and then head down 140 to take a left into the Taunton Industrial Park and go out that way. And so I had suggested that to Michael that if we could go down there, try and have a meeting on site with the residents and Home Market Foods to go over all this with them.
And Mike, I was looking at that too, and from what I could tell, they are going the way that they are supposed to go, right? But the request is for them to go to John Scott Boulevard as opposed to South Worcester to get to Eddy Street, right? Am I understanding that correctly?
No. You can't get there from here. You have to, it's located on South Worcester Street. You have to take South Worcester Street to get to John Scott Boulevard / Eddy Street.
Yeah, but I thought the request was, so right where the mouse was, I thought the request was to have them go out the other way. It would be longer for them, and then where it would connect to John Scott Boulevard as opposed to that small blue line between Eddy Street and where Home Market Foods is. I thought that was the request, to not be using that section of South Worcester.
It's the red area.
Yeah,
Renee, that's the concern.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Mike.
That's the only way you can, there's no other connection to John Scott Boulevard. And the reason, you can't take a right coming out of the building because you'd have to, this is the only connection to John Scott Boulevard from there. You have to go down South Worcester to get to that intersection. And we wanted them to head towards the industrial park rather than going down John Scott Boulevard to 123.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yep. Is this Brandon?
Yes, sir. I had spoken to you earlier. I guess I just want to clarify with what everyone's saying. My name is Brandon Noble. You had brought up George Haas and other people, so I can't really speak for them. but I just wanted to clarify with everyone that no one is asking them to go down John Scott. The blue line is correct, and that is exactly what we'd want. So Woodward, we're not asking them to go down Woodward. Like I mentioned to you, Jack, if they came out of the Blue Arrow from where they are and went to take a left down Woodward, which is further up, keep going up, not that guy, further up.
Further up.
Yes, yes, sir, that's Woodward. So if they went to take a left to go down Woodward, they'd literally have to drive into the house on the corner. I actually measured it, and it can't happen, plus trucks can't go down there. In the blue line is exactly what we would like, but they have that gate shut, and there's huge boulders in front of it, so no one can go in and out. So, and I can take a picture and send it to you tomorrow. It's all boulders are blocking it. What they're doing, instead of going down there, they're going down the red line, and you can see Gaffney, which is a little before where they enter. I have 4 kids, 2 with autism. The property to the right is George Hast, and then there's another family with 4 kids. And we've had several instances where tractor trailers have, somewhat sped, and in that area, South Worcester isn't wide, so they're not going to hit head on. They're going to kind of swerve to the side a little bit. And there's been several instances, like I've mentioned, Jack, where they've almost hit someone just cutting their grass, or they've almost hit someone walking their dog. So really, we're not asking for anything different. We're just asking them to abide by the Blue Arrow. But like I said, I can take pictures tomorrow morning showing you it's all blocked off. That gate has boulders in front of it, and they don't do that anymore.
And Brandon, that stretch with the red is, obviously it's super narrow. There's no way that 18-wheelers can navigate that safely.
They do, and it's very dangerous for cars. My wife almost got taken out by a tractor trailer because, to their credit, they can't hug the side of a road like a car can, with the trees and the limbs and everything. Now imagine 2 tractor trailers trying to go side by side because they're going in and out that way. So it's just not conducive to having tractor trailers go down there, and not to mention there's several families with a lot of kids. So
and was Cisco sort of they abided by the blue? Is that sort of just new? I guess with home market.
Full disclaimer: I moved into Norton a year ago because we have family here and we love it. So kudos, to everyone. But I did hear Cisco had an agreement that they abided by an agreement where the amount of trucks was reduced, and they did go this way, and there were no issues. And I guess people were Cisco was willing to go back and forth and kind of did what, people requested, but I think they followed something like this. And they weren't, but I bet you if I counted, we probably have 100 tractor trailers going back and forth all day. So it's a significant amount. And excuse me, a little late for me with 4 kids. My apologies. It's just not conducive to 1 tractor trailer in a car, let alone 2 that are, could be going quickly. It is very dangerous. We're not for all involved.
And Mike, is there any reason why when this was moved to Home Market Foods, where that memo of understanding wouldn't have transferred?
This memo is for home markets. Nay, this map is for home markets. It sounds like we're just not enforcing the home markets food map right now. They're not.
What I want to know is the memo of understanding with Home Market Foods, or was it with Cisco?
Home Market Foods.
I think there was 2 of them.
It's on.
Oh, yeah.
My understanding, from what I heard from some residents, that it's more of an issue of we're not enforcing it, so they're just
right
ready to do.
Yeah, no, I totally should. And I read the information too that was provided about the noise. Like, there's no reason why we shouldn't have no engine brake signs up there too. It's a populated area. Like, these guys don't need to be to your point, Meg, beeping their horns or having their engine brakes that, sounds like a truck's gonna go through your house.
I agree. Mr. Eunice, I know you had said that having a get-together with the residents and the folks at Home Market might be viable, but if they are not abiding by the MOU and that gate that they're supposed to be using is blocked off, I don't really feel that that's something that the residents need to get involved with. I think that's something for the town to leverage the property to start abiding by that, and getting some additional enforcement down there to make sure that that red path is not being traveled by trucks going in there. They should move the boulders to the far side. If that was what was agreed to.
Mr. Chairman?
Yep, Mr. Cordy.
There's another piece here that's missing, and that is that most of the traffic coming to the facility from the Attleboro direction is coming down John Scott Boulevard from the left off the map and making a left onto Parker Court and then a right onto South Worcester and then coming down all the way down South Worcester to the facility instead of staying on John Scott Boulevard all the way to where South Worcester meets again, and then making the left on the blue line.
Coming out, turning right.
Now, they're probably, the GPS may be telling them to go that way, but they shouldn't be going that way.
I agree.
Mr.
Thank
Chair-
you, Mr. Cordy.
Mr. Chairman?
Absolutely. Go ahead, Mike.
As far as the gate, that would be a change because that they were specifically told not to open that gate when the agreement was signed. So vehicles were supposed to come out of that exit that they're coming out of now, take a left onto South Worcester and head down to Eddy Street that way. But the gate at Woodard was not supposed to be open, so that this will be a change.
If I might, Mr. Chair, if I might add, then the blue would be impossible if the gate was shut. If that's what was approved and that gate was shut, no one could go through.
Yeah, that could be a discussion with them to change and open that gate, but originally that wasn't to be open.
But it says it's approved.
So I thought that, based on my understanding from, sorry, Brandon.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I don't know how this works.
Oh, no, it's good. I just, based on what you had sent out earlier, Mike, from the MOU, that was my understanding of the path, that blue line. So you're saying that that is not accurate?
No, that gate wasn't supposed to be open. They were supposed to just use the one exit that they're using now. So if that's something that the neighbors would want to see, that's something we should talk to them about.
So are they using that red path right where my cursor is now? Okay.
The people that are obeying the signs are using that, but like one of the letters said, some of the trucks are taking a right and going down South Worcester, which they shouldn't be.
So it sounds like perhaps the next step would be for us to meet with Home Market and discuss changing the layout, and we can cite the resident complaints. If anybody wants to come through, that would be great. I know we have a letter from someone down there. We also have Mr. Noble, Mr. Haas, anybody else that would like to weigh in.
I will share, I've got a couple of formal, just see the 2 text messages that I will document and send to the group as well.
Mr. Chairman?
As far as the section of South Worcester Street towards Attleboro, is there any way that we can just make that no through trucking, that portion of the street?
That would make sense to me. Mike, is that possible?
Yeah, we could have them put those signs up, sure.
Okay.
And then another question I have is, it seems like there's a lot more trucks than I anticipated when Whole Foods went in. Do we know if these are all Whole Foods trucks, or are they independent trucks making deliveries? Or I'm just interested to find out, who do we blame? And regardless of whose they are, but we could make sure that Whole Foods communicates with their suppliers that the trucks are to take.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman?
So whatever they.
In answer to Brad's question, a lot of the trucks are to space that they're renting out.
Okay, so it's not really them, it's the tenant?
I heard it's Home Depot has a stake in space, so that's what I was saying before, that they also have tenants in addition to their own people. So it's a two-pronged problem. They just gotta.
Yeah, because when Whole Foods went in there, the number of trucks, at least my memory, the number of trucks that was supposed to be.
Can you hear what he's saying?
No. I'm sorry. I can,
I can hear you, Brad.
Yeah, we hear you loud and clear, Brad. Yep, you're coming through loud and clear, Brad.
Okay. When Whole Foods moved in there, it was my impression, and from my memory, that the number of trucks they anticipated was going to be far less than the previous tenant. So to hear that there's this many, but if they are in space, it's probably part of the problem, board with the preferred route.
Mr. Court, I heard you trying to chime in there.
Yeah, I think the problem is not the home market drivers themselves, because the general manager has been kind of controlling his drivers, but I think most of it is the tenant's drivers that he has no control over. So I think that's the problem, as how do you enforce that to these tenants and the transit drivers that are coming and going. There was even Amazon working out of there last Christmas.
Right. One of my favorite phrases, Ray, is shit rolls downhill. So I think if we lean on home markets who are subletting the space to, looks like a Palmer dedicated logistics, eventually it's going to hit those guys and they're going to have to start listening.
And I think if you look at the traffic on South Worcester Street, more of it's coming from Parker Court and going westerly or easterly than is coming the other way. Most of the trucks, there is a sign outside the gate that says no right turn when you come out of the gate onto South Worcester. So most of the trucks see that and go to John Scott Boulevard, but if they're inbound, for whatever reason, they're coming down South Worcester from Parker Court.
You're also turning right there.
Yeah, Mr. Chairperson, I'm sorry, I won't, with all due respect to Mr. Court, we would disagree. There are definitely trucks coming down the way he's describing, which to me is even scarier because South Worcester there curves a lot. There's a couple of pretty big curves and they have to take them wide. So there's a lot of runners, especially now with COVID. So we've witnessed that they've almost hit people, and so that's extremely dangerous. They're just not following the rule there, but I respectfully would say most of the traffic, 25-75 is coming from the opposing side, from John Scott down South Worcester, not Parker Extension.
Mr. Town Manager, now that this discussion's happened, what would you, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, you may. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Town Manager, now that we've had this discussion and so forth, I know we talked about having a community there. How do you, obviously you're the head person usually speaking in these situations. How would you want to see it kind of moving forward? Obviously you've heard the concerns of the residents and so forth.
Yeah, I think I'd like to meet with Home Market Foods and the police chief and talk about, one, enforcement of the regulations, and two, look at that gate and see if that possibility of opening that gate.
Yeah. I think you've also already asked with the chief to try to make sure that the enforcement of the signs that are already that have happened. Is that correct?
Correct.
So do we have clear actions on this one, Mike?
I think we do, yes.
Okay. I would like to be involved in whatever conversation takes place. Michael, I don't know if you want to, since George first approached you.
Yeah, I mean, I would, if I could, that'd be great.
Okay.
I would also like to be involved.
Excellent.
Can't
The more the merrier.
Can't,
well, you can't have
right.
a majority of that board.
So I'll step away. So Michael and Meg, feel free. Take it away.
All right, great, thank you.
Thank you. I'll stay quiet now. Thank you very much.
You don't have to stay quiet. We want to hear that. No, we really appreciate that.
Thank you
That's
very
a great
much.
perspective, Brandon. Thank you so much. And hopefully we can get some relief for you and your neighbors.
Thank you, Mr. Court, as well.
Yes, thank you very much.
Everyone before that, before home market, there was this one before that. It was a Fernandez supermarket warehouse for many, many years at that time.
Excellent. All right. I don't think we need to vote on that, Mike. I think we got clear. You'll coordinate with Michael and Meg and everybody else. So, very good. Another fun topic, the water machine.
Hey,
Michael, you're 2 for 2. This is
you know, this is it must be that time of to bring up the water machine again. No, actually, I've been speaking with Bill Maher about this, and I really want to, and I know it's on the Water Commission's agenda, and Mike needs to correct me if I'm wrong, for this coming Monday to have the discussion. One of the things that Bill Maher mentioned to me that he wanted to work with as a new member was if the concern was that the Water Commission or the Water Department was responsible to kind of ease the Water Commission as the responsibility of reopening that water machine, that the Board of Health, the responsibility of the risk of the water machine fall under the Board of Health. And I've worked with Mr. Units, and I'll give him this chance to speak. But this is actually all stemming from, I've heard from numerous people that have tried to reach out to the Water Commission, the Water Board, and the Water Department, I apologize, the Water Department, especially during this time of flushing. There's a constant, I'm not sure, usually when they flush, you run it for 5 minutes and the water works itself out. That's not been the situation. The brown water to green water is maintaining the water even though there are flushing issues. And they've reached out to the Water Department, and there have been times where they haven't been able to get a response. I think part of it is because it's weekends, late nights, so on and so forth. But it really, I think now where we're going into phase 3, where phase 3 sub-step 4, whatever it is, we really have to look at one of 3 options. One, the Water Commission opens the water machine again. And obviously we have no privy on this. We can't tell them what to do unless we probably get a court action, the court's involved here. Either they reopen it, we take responsibility for it under the Board of Health, but they maintain it. Or 3, they provide 5-gallon water jugs to town residents. That's what I would love to propose to them. I'm very frustrated with this. This has gone on too long, and it's not, while the treatment facility is doing its thing, we're not addressing the issues of the concerns of the residents. And I'm gonna just stop down and let Mike kind of talk. I know Mike has spoken to Luke as well. So.
Just their meeting on this on the 13th.
13th.
Yeah, I think that's their next meeting.
I mean, I'm not sure, Mike, like I said, I'm very frustrated. And I don't know how to solve it. And I feel like they're just appeasing us and not really responding to the residents' concerns regarding this issue. So, and I don't know what our capabilities are. We don't manage the water in town, and I understand that, but we do represent the residents.
Yeah, and I mean, it's for us, the hard thing is that machine is leased and paid for by the Water and Sewer Department. So, I mean, we could provide some safety measures out there as far as hand sanitizer and signs. But as far as the operation and maintenance of that machine, that's up to the company and the payments from the water and sewer department.
Yeah, and one of their concerns were the risk of it, and that was their major word, the risk of it. And the person managing most of the risk regarding COVID date-based issues is Chris Sonner. And while I don't want Chris out there scrubbing the machine, I don't think that's within his realm. I think maybe this is, if that puts them at ease to open this machine, I think that might be an option that we should consider.
So Michael, are you gonna be at their meeting on the 13th or?
I plan to be at their meeting, yes.
Okay. Mike, are you a normal attendee in that meeting as well?
Say that again, Renee.
Are you a normal attendee in that meeting?
I am.
Water and sewer?
I am not a normal attendee at their meetings, no.
Okay. Is Chris able to support this?
I don't, he's not gonna maintain, like Mike was saying, he's not gonna wanna have to maintain the machine, but, as long as the safety measures are in place, I don't think he has any, opposition.
Okay. No, I think it's a good path forward, Michael. I'm with you and fully support the fact that this should have been open a while ago. I mean, it's discouraging that the other areas, that the other filling stations are open, right? And they don't have hand sanitizers, they don't have, all these other controls. And I think that we're gonna go above and beyond because of that. Like, there shouldn't be a reason. And then, go ahead, Mike.
No, and I don't mean to criticize this, but I think at first, and I understood the concerns, even though I disagreed, we're at the point where now we're on the point where we're moving into those stages where we're allowing up to 250 people into an area, and if we have the safety protocols, this is one of those things that's no different than a filling station that isn't being wiped down between everyone pumping gas.
And, Mr. Chairman, sorry.
I need to step away.
Go ahead.
This week, self-service machines are available again, so you can go into Cumberland Farms and you can get your own coffee again. They have protocols in place. You have to hand sanitize. They have single dispenser lid machines. And they don't have the stirrers out there anymore, but as long as you hand sanitize, you can get your own. That's the new regulation started this week.
So that's kind of, I hope that's a lead in, Mike, for them, I guess, to really reconsider this as this. And I know it makes several people uncomfortable because obviously we do not have guidance over, and it's by design. We have two different groups, but I feel that I have to keep banging the drum on this because this is a need that keeps coming to our attention for residents of this town.
It is, agreed. Any further discussion? Thank you, Michael. Appreciate too the presentation that you sent along. So Mike, do you want to talk about the next item, vote to approve the, I'm not even going to try to pronounce this, I'm going to spell it out, AFS. I know, but I'm going to spell it. AFCME Council 93 Local 1702 Memo of Agreement.
Sure. So this is what you've reviewed previously in executive session, and this requires that you vote to approve an open session. And this is the agreement with the Highway Workers Union. And just to some of the highlights of the agreement, obviously 2% increase in wages over 3 years, each year over 3 years, and their longevity increase $50 each year under each category. Specialty licenses, which they have specialty mower and bucket truck, and now catch basin truck will be added, catch basin truck operator. Those will increase $50 for each year. So currently the Bucket truck operator receives an annual stipend of 600, and the mower and the catch basin, it's 500. And then there's tuition reimbursement for an employee up to $2,500 that enrolls in courses that myself and the highway superintendent feel will be beneficial to the department. And there's also a provision in there that if the employee, they must, it's an approved course with a grade of A or equivalent will be reimbursed 100%. So if they receive an A in the course, they get 100%. An employee who gets a B or equivalent would get 80%, C 50%. And any payments to them through that, if they leave within a year, they have to pay those back. So the total cost of this contract is $3,000 above what was budgeted. So.
And Mike, just with respect to the tuition reimbursement, any sort of class that they're looking for reimbursement has to be approved by you, correct? And will be related to their position?
That's right, yes.
Any further discussion?
Mike, you mentioned that you said at the beginning who this contract affects, correct?
Yeah, this is the highway workers.
Okay.
We can take a vote. Can we take a vote without Jack while he stepped away?
Yeah, we had quorum. We had quorum.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Okay, so the vice chair will entertain a motion to approve the ASME Council 93 Local 1702 Memorandum of Agreement as presented.
So moved. Second.
Okay, Brad with the motion, Michael with the second. Megan?
Yes.
Michael?
Aye.
Brad?
Yes.
And I too vote yes. Great, on to old business. The next item is to review the amended Crane Street relocation plan and vote order of relocation of layout of Crane Street. Mr. Town Manager, if you'd like to take this item.
So you referred this to the planning board, and they did vote Tuesday night to accept plan, and they have sent you back a letter saying, I'll read it if you don't mind. The Select Board of the Town of Norton, acting pursuant to General Law, Chapter 82, Section 21-24, having deemed that common convenience and necessity require the relocation of the layout of a portion of Crane Street as a public way, hereby relocates the layout of said portion of Crane Street as a public way, as shown more particularly on the plan of land entitled Crane Street Right-of-Way Relocation Plan dated August 31st, 2020, prepared by Lighthouse Land Surveying LLC and Beta Group Incorporated. The aforementioned plan is hereby forwarded to the town clerk for filing, and the foregoing relocation is hereby reported to town meeting for acceptance. So just to remind everybody, this street is already a public way. It's just that there was no plan on file for this section, and where we're receiving federal and state funds for construction of the bike trail, which will eventually go across this portion of Crane Street. We're required to put a plan on file for that section of the roadway in order to receive those funds. So there's no takings, no one's losing any property. It's just simply putting on a plan what's already recorded as a public way.
Great, any other questions? Okay, I'll entertain a motion to vote for the amended Crane Street relocation plan as stated by the town manager.
So moved. Seconded.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Meg?
Yes.
Michael?
Aye.
Brad?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Okay, and the next one very similar on North Washington Street.
Correct, same exact thing. There's 3 sections of North Washington that we need to put a plan on record for, because eventually the bike trail will be going across.
Do you want to read it to Mike, or do you want to?
It's the exact same. The select board of the town of Norton, this is from the planning board, acting pursuant to general law, chapter 82, section 21-24, having deemed that common convenience and necessity require the relocation of the layout of portions of North Washington Street as a public way, hereby relocates the layout of North Washington as a public way as shown more particularly on a plan of land entitled North Washington Street Right-of-Way Relocation Plan dated August 31st, 2020, prepared by Lighthouse Land Surveying LLC for Beta Group, Inc., 3 sheets. The aforementioned plan is hereby forwarded to the town clerk for filing, and the foregoing relocation is hereby reported to town meeting for acceptance.
Any further?
So moved.
Thank you, Brad. Is there a second? Second. Thank you, Meg. And we'll go to a roll call vote. Meg? Yes. Michael? Aye. Brad?
Yes.
And I also vote yes. Okay, and on to the fall town meeting articles. And Jack is back.
Just in time for the fun. Thank you all. I apologize for that.
No worries.
You want me to take?
Yeah, I'm waiting. Mike, did you want to share your screen on this one?
We do. Okay. So let me try that again. Okay, that's the one.
I can do it if you're having problems.
So just to give you an update on the estimated revenues and expenditures, the blue line up near the top there, I just wanted to show you that the assessors have reduced their estimate. They're still working on it and have lowered the target for new growth. We were at 745,000, and we've reduced that to 630,000. All the other receipts seem to be okay, and we did receive September 30th, the first quarter of the mails tax report, and we did take in 50,000 in that quarter, which is about 20,000 less than we took in last year for the same quarter. So we estimated 160,000 for the mails tax for the year, so we should be okay with what we've estimated if everything stays going as it did this past quarter. And then it was good to see, I got the report that I get every month from the inspections department, and 2 of the 3 months so far, their receipts have been above the same time last year, so that was good to see.
Do you know by what amount?
Not off the top of my head, but I'll send that to you tomorrow. I think this month was 16,000 above what it was last year. 1 month, I think last month might have been lower, and the month before was higher than last year.
Okay. Thank you.
So I'll just have this here if you want to see the articles as we, if we could vote some of the articles and go over them. Finance Committee voted quite a few last night. The first article on the warrant is to pay any unpaid bills from a prior fiscal year, and we don't have any. So the Finance Committee voted no action on that.
So I'll move for the select board to vote no action on Article 1.
So moved, or second, whatever.
Yeah, second.
Second.
Jack, want to do a roll call vote?
Oh, sure. All right, I'll take back over. Meg,
Yes.
Michael,
Aye.
Brad,
Yes.
Renee.
Yes.
I too vote yes. Thank you.
And Article 2 is separation expenses, and we do not have any need for that. And they did take that up, the Finance Committee, and they voted no action on that.
So I'll move that the select board vote no action on Article 2.
Second.
Seeing no further discussion, Meg,
Yes.
Michael,
Aye.
Brad,
Yes.
Renee,
Yes.
I too vote yes.
The next article they took up was Article 4, operating budget supplements. So let me see if I can switch back.
Mike, they did the vote on that one? In our packet, it doesn't.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes. Did you vote on Article 2?
We did, not 3.
3, I would just wait until we see if we have more.
Yeah.
What is Article 3, Mike?
Collective bargaining.
CBA, okay.
And Mike, did you say they voted Article 4? The operating budget amendments?
They did.
Okay.
That's
Can you share, in our packet, it doesn't show FinCom vote?
Okay.
Is that approved or?
Oh, yeah, Article 4 is the operating budget amendment. You don't have that in your packet?
I mean, I see it on the list. I don't see what their vote was.
Okay.
It's a separate PDF. It's in Dropbox.
Okay.
So these were the amendments that were voted. The treasurer collector, 2,000 for miscalculation in their salaries. The data processing, 11,650. This is because of what's been going on. Charlene was only supposed to be 20 hours a week. We've had to have her on a lot more than that. Probably working more hours than she's getting paid for, but so that is 11,650. Conservation under expense, 550. This is so conservation can order 10 signs. We've been putting those laminated signs out around the ponds with the water bodies rules and boating regulations, and just not, standing up obviously to weather and everything else. So this would allow them to get 10 metal signs to put around the ponds with the rules and regulations. The police overtime, their request was 55,000, and we're funding 30,000 at this time. Fire for expense, 3,500 that was cut out of their expense line item. This is for phones and repair maintenance of vehicles. Emergency medical, 500 for supplies. The school department, 330,250. And the main two items with this money are therapy counseling services, 142,250, and an increase in the van pool bus service of 187,000. Unemployment, 50,000. We're hoping we don't need this. We have a big problem with our unemployment right now with fraud, and we're trying to recoup money that the state has fraudulently paid out. We had one that was like, just got notice, it was $9,000. So the treasurer's been working diligently with them. The next item was communication salaries because of the delays in getting equipment, especially HVAC, delivered to the new facility. There's been delays in construction and you can't be putting any of the technical equipment inside the building to the ACs in there and operating. So we don't anticipate being in there until the first week of December. So we had anticipated being in there by September. So this will take money out of the expense line item that's in the budget right now for our assessment to SEMREC, which is the district, Southeastern Massachusetts Regional Emergency Communications Center. So because we're not there, we're obviously not paying an assessment. And so this would take money out of that and move it into salaries so we can fund the salaries until we move over in December.
And Mike, are these the only costs that we have because they're behind with that project? Like, will we have, in addition to salaries, any sort of technical costs?
No.
Okay.
And they are right now, they have started doing our 911 from the facility, but we're handling everything else.
All right. Any further discussion on these items? All right. Chair would entertain a motion to support Article 4.
So moved.
Okay.
All right. Go to the roll call. Meg?
Yes.
Michael?
Aye.
Brad?
Yes.
Renee?
Yes.
I too vote yes. And Mike, the FinCom supported that too, correct?
It did.
Okay, that's what I thought.
The next Article 5 is water operating budget amendment, and they do not have any need to amend that right now, so the Finance Committee voted no action on that.
Mike, can we cover the next one too in one vote, or do we have to do these separately?
You can do both of them at the same time.
So I'll move for the board to take no action on Article 5, which is fiscal year 21 water operating budget amendments, and Article 6, fiscal year 21 sewer operating budget amendments.
Second.
All right, motion and a second. Meg?
Yes.
Michael?
Aye.
Brad?
Yes.
Renee?
Yes.
I too vote yes.
Okay. The next article is funding for the capital improvement plan, and the Finance Committee voted to use $291,412 from free cash to fund the capital improvement plan.
Can you just scroll down, Mike, and show the total?
Yeah.
That's that one you were saying out loud.
Sure. So right now in our capital, we have, I don't have it in front of me, but I think it's $330,000 in the capital improvement fund right now. And with any items that are added here that require payments over years, plus with whatever we have in there in our plan right now that will require payments next year, we're almost, the $330,000 will almost cover all those payments. So we wanted to leave that funding there and fund the plan that is going to be presented to you in the next article, the $291,412.
So what are we reviewing now?
This is the funding to the money to be put into the capital.
Gotcha.
291,412 from free cash.
And Mike, just to clarify, so this is to cover existing expenses on money that we would owe, not anything new?
This cut, the 291,412 will cover the new plan that I'm about to show you. The 330,000 that's already in the plan will cover expenses next year. Any payments, so we know we have those covered.
Okay, so are you gonna show us the next part?
Yep. So the plan, conservation, $25,400. This is for improvements to the pavilion at Camp Edith Reed. They've improved the heating system there, but if you go in there, it's a cathedral sailing, so the heat just is going up into the cathedral sailing. So this would be used to put a drop sailing in there, insulation, and also cameras so that for security. And because with this, once this is done, Jennifer is looking forward to utilizing the facility, and she's already been approached. Elm Island was one of the people that have contacted her about renting it to use it for events.
And is that a pay service that they're gonna pay to rent the space?
They will, yep.
Who's going to monitor those cameras, Mike? Does that go back to NPD, or how is that going to work out? Is it a third-party monitoring?
No, Jennifer will be monitoring them. It'll go directly into her computer.
So conservation / special agents.
Yeah. The next item was the police department. The police department had requested $140,000 in the spring for 3 vehicles, 2 line cruisers and a motorcycle. And they did receive funding for 1 cruiser in the spring. And this $80,000 would cover another cruiser and a motorcycle. So the existing motorcycle they have now is 4 years old. That'll be put on municipal bid and sold. And the same with the line cruiser that this one will be replacing. So they won't be adding any vehicles. They'll be selling older vehicles and replacing them. The next item, $10,000. This is to be used to start work on the room where dispatch is operating out of now. It's going to be used as the roll call room for the police department. Right now, they can't do roll call in the room that they currently have because there's not enough room for social distancing. And so when dispatch moves out, that room is larger and that will be converted into a roll call room. And the $20,000 is for HVAC unit replacement. So Brian indicated that he received $11,000 in May, and all the proposals he had were slightly higher than that. So with the $20,000 and the $11,000, he'll be able to replace 2 of the units at the facility. Next item is in the fire department, and this is $70,000. This is apparatus bay efficiency improvements, so it'll replace the front doors. It'll also, they're going to make improvements with lighting with the automatic on and off sensors for the lights. And also, right now, the heat just rises up and out, so they'll be putting in a lower ceiling in the facility to hold the heat down. The floor is heated, but everything just rises up. And it actually makes the upstairs so hot that you always see the windows open, letting the heat go out the window. So this will be funded, $35,000 from capital and $35,000 from ambulance.
So I'm sorry, before you go on, can you see that again?
Yep.
So out of all of these, like what is the need this year? Like it's like how old are the police vehicles that we need to get a cruiser and a motorcycle?
I know that the motorcycle is 2016, so it's 4 years old. And the vehicles, they've been on a constant to keep maintenance down. They've been on a constant rotation program, every 2 vehicles a year that they replace and sell the older ones.
And how old are they? Like how old is the one we're looking to sell?
Let me see if I have his information.
I think we had put that to municipal last meeting, right? If I recall, it was a 2017 Charger, somewhere thereabouts.
I mean, I just question the fact of, again, understanding that the budget's going to be really different next year. Like for a 3-year-old vehicle, is it necessary to replace it now versus replacing it in a year or two?
Well, yeah, because those vehicles are going 24/7. Think about like the mileage that are on those vehicles. They're never not operating. They're going all the time.
So what is the mileage on the vehicles?
I know the chief did tell them. Let me see if I can find that.
I mean, I know things aren't made like they used to be, so I just, again, going back to what on here is an absolute need versus a nice to have.
Well, and if you look at the fall request, you can see what the requests were. So to answer your question on that, there were $743,912 in requests, and we pared it down to $291,412.
So a little birdie has told me that it was a 2013 Dodge, not a 2017.
You have a parrot, Jack?
I was just about to say, now he's talking to animals. I mean, this is kind of crazy. I mean, his talents are endless.
I've got secret people whispering in my ear, guys. It's,
I don't have my capital folder with me, so I don't know.
I think 7 years is a little different than 3, so.
a little bit, maybe 4 years difference, I would say.
Yeah,
I know, Renee, I know on like one of the rollout rooms, I'm not sure if you've been to there, it's a closet. And this, personally, I feel like this is a safety issue for police officers. Like, we've got to do something because they really can't even have rollouts.
No, I agree. I mean, we talked about that first. I thought, though, that we talked about it as being part of a PVC project. Right, that they were going to go in and take a look, because doesn't this fall under like I mean, I don't know if it meets the major renovation or not. That's, I guess, debatable.
Yeah. Right, it's not that major of a renovation.
It's more of a mechanical maintenance issue.
That might change.
All right, and the next item in the school department, they want to replace the hot water tanks at the Norton Middle School. They're old, leaking, and they're afraid they're going to have a big situation if they don't address that this year. So their number one request was $86,600 to replace those hot water tanks. And the last item was Highway Department. Their request is a John Deere utility tractor with a boom mower. This would be payment 1 of 4 over 4 years, $34,412.
Where is this one, Mike? On
This, the last one, the John Deere utility tractor with the boom mower.
So I'm gonna ask a stupid question. What's a boom mower?
It's so they can, when they can use it to trim on the side of the road. It's a much larger mower.
It's so they can stay on the road, but still push the, get into where the woods are.
Yeah.
Yeah, they can reach with it. It almost looks like a crane.
Yeah, and have you seen the one they're currently using? I saw it, they were in our neighborhood the other day. It looks very old.
Well, part of the problem with the one they're using right now is that they're dependent on that also for a snowblower attachment, I believe. And so they can't do the trimming year round because they have to shortly change that over to for snow blowing.
Yeah, they do on the sidewalks, right?
Right, so this way here, Keith had indicated that they can extend the trimming that needs to be done.
And the funding, as you can see, they're $291,412 from capital and $35,000 from the ambulance reserve fund.
I have 2 questions, Mike.
Yep.
And you might not know the answer, but how many cruisers do we currently have in the fleet?
I
can
do
find
not-
out from Chief of Life.
I will. I'll find out. I don't know the exact answer.
I had a resident suggest to me when talking about a lot of the speeding issues that we have, if we do have an older cruiser, it may make sense to retain it rather than sell it on municipal and use a decoy car. I've seen that done in Foxborough. I've seen that done in Bridgewater I'm on Oak Street. I think any of these cut-through streets, people just haul some booty down there. And if we can put a little bit of fear into them, that would be beneficial.
The Bourne Rotary, the state police have a decoy car there.
Yeah. And then maybe some days it's a decoy, maybe some days it's
So
not.
you never know, it always shows up as an active police officer.
Right.
And then do we have a tree department? I see their line there. I didn't realize we did.
It's part of the highway department.
The highway department.
Okay. Okay. Well, I can ask that question later then. Cool. That's it for me. Any other questions? Seeing none, Chair would entertain a motion to, we got to do the transfer too, right, from the previous article?
Yeah, that would be the first article. Article 7 would be to
Transfer of $291,412 from free cash to the capital account.
correct.
So moved.
Second.
We'll go to the vote. Meg?
Yes.
Michael?
Aye.
Brad?
Yes.
Renee?
Yes.
2 vote yes. Every time you say I, Michael, makes my brain restart for a second there. I can't explain it. It's so bizarre. No, keep doing it. It's fun. I gotta catch up. And for Article 8, Chair would entertain a motion to approve a total of $306,412 in the capital spend, funded by 1,412 from the capital fund and $35K from the ambulance reserve fund.
So moved.
Second.
Right?
Right? They got me doing it. Yes, yes.
All right.
Oh, we didn't get all the way through that.
Aye.
Did it get good?
Yes.
Brad, and
Yes.
Renee. Okay,
Yes.
very good. Now, other Mike. Oh, yes, I too vote yes.
All right. Do you want to continue with the ones that the finance committee's already voted on first?
My preference would be to go through these so that we can help set the priorities for them,
Okay.
so they know how we vote when they consider them.
Article 9, so Article 9 is, and Article 10 are both articles to, get to them. They're both to take unexpended funds from previous projects that the Water and Sewer Department had and move them to the East Main Street project. These were both water projects. Under Article 9, they used funds from retained earnings, and they want to take what's left over from that and move that to the East Main Street project. Article 10 was money that was borrowed, and they want to take that and move that to the East Main Street project.
What exactly is the East Main Street project?
East Main Street is the project that's going on from Pine Street up to 495. And years ago, there was a water main put in the street, but no one's been connected to that water main. And so it's part of the project. When the state bid it out, there was an item that would allow the Water and Sewer Department to add this section to that project so that when the state bid it out, it would be done as part of that project.
And Mike, it's not additional to the allotted money. This is just moving this money. This isn't increasing the spend, correct?
No, it's not.
Right,
So this would move 191,000 from the Article 9. In Article 9, it would move 191,000 from the money that was appropriated under Article 9 of October 15, 2018, to go towards the East Main Street improvements, and that was out of retained earnings. And the second portion would be 820,000 that would be moved to the East Main Street project.
Any other questions on these?
No. It's a bookkeeping.
Yeah.
The money's there, so we can use it on this project.
I just wanted to ask the question to make sure, Brad. I figured that's what it was, but yeah, I never caught up.
No, I appreciate it.
Okay, so Chair would entertain a motion to support Articles 9 and 10. As
So
written.
moved.
Second.
All right, Meg,
Yes.
Michael,
Aye.
Brad,
Yes.
Renee,
Yes.
I too vote yes. Thank you.
Jack, before we move on, Mike, if I may ask, are we going to put in dollar amounts into the warrant for these? So will we actually list with the unexpended balances?
It looks like he's frozen.
Somebody remember that question for when he comes back.
Yes. Yeah, he just must have gotten kicked off. All right. Let me pull up the warrants and we can carry on without them as best we can.
He's whistling. Really?
That was me, sorry. Been a long day, guys.
Do we actually have the warrant? I don't, Mike has the warrant, right? It wasn't,
I don't see it in our 142 pages.
I think it's in our Dropbox, so let me see if we can pull it up just so.
It is in Dropbox, and I think it was in a separate email too, but Dropbox might be easier to navigate.
Right now, so we can get it listed up. So
I got it. Do you want me to share?
Yes, please.
Every time I click on this thing, it's like it's resetting it. Give me a sec here. Can you give me a number?
We are on Article 11. This is fun. We get to figure this out for ourselves.
The problem is I think I have on a different screen than the FinCom. FinCom has dollar amounts and things in it.
Remember we, I think we talked about that last week.
Yeah, Mike is trying to get back in.
Okay.
Anybody know any good jokes?
Not appropriate for this call.
Not surprised with you.
I'm not gonna venture down that road.
I have one. Why is justice best served cold? Because if it was served warm, it would be just water. Thank you, Peter. I appreciate you getting my humor.
That's right, that's right. Enjoying a hot cup of coffee on a Thursday night. Getting ready for my 10 o'clock newscast, right?
I don't know if we're going to be done by 10. God, I hope so.
What is this? Guys, I didn't think it'd be this long every week.
You know, Meg, just for the record, that was fun until you joined.
You guys say that, but I don't know.
The ones near the town meetings tend to get pretty crazy. I remember Renee and I joined about a month before the Springtown meeting, and it was every week, 3.5, 4 hours. It was, oh, Jesus, this is what we signed up for?
Yeah, I remember leaving at like 11 and being so hungry, we'd go and grab like a pizza just because it was the only thing that you could find to get. And you had like 15 minutes to get there and get your order in because you were starving after 4 hours.
You're pre-COVID though, nothing's open now.
No, I know.
You can't go anywhere.
I don't remember the pizza, but I remember the espresso martinis afterwards. So
Yes, that wasn't time to go there, Jack.
Hey, Jen, any update on Mike?
He's still trying. I just resent him the invite that Charlene initially did, so I don't know if that's gonna help. And I texted him a picture of all the log and stuff. So here's hoping.
Yeah. Can you tell him just to even dial in a little bit and we'll walk him through you can explain it maybe.
I can see if I can pull up the, I think my screen's gonna go blank for a minute and see if I can pull up the stuff that. Dropbox is acting kind of funny today.
Did you guys know that icy is the easiest word to spell in English?
Icy? Like
Icy.
ICY?
Yeah, because I was surprised to hear that too until I looked at it, and now I see why.
Someone has very young children. I remember those days.
Speaking of children, my oldest one came up to me today and asked me if I could name 2 things that held water. I was like, well, damn.
Right. That's so sorry for your kids.
God, we need Mike back quickly because I'm running out of material.
Well, my oldest is working at Qdoba. If you want free, burritos, just say you're related.
I'm there. Are they open right now?
I'm sorry?
Are they open right now?
I assume so, because he's not home, so.
Who's giving away free burritos? Did you say?
Only the family members, remember. Pretty good, it's a pretty good gig. So, whatever you want.
I'm an arts through and through.
All
There
right.
you go.
So can I suggest that while we wait for Mike to get in, we skip off of this and go to our report and mail, and then warrants and minutes, and then hopefully by the time we get done with that, Mike's there. Mostly because I'm out of jokes. All right, who's got stuff to say?
I'll go if anyone. Just one thing. I shared a link in the comments. I wanted to just recognize a young lady who's been nominated by the United States Marine Corps Sports Leadership Academy, Abby Leo. And she's a Norton High School student, and her story is actually on the website, the link that I shared, but it's usmcssports.com. Fighting Spirit, Greater Hartford area. She's been nominated in that, and she needs votes. So I will be glad to share it out there, but if you kind of do Abby Leo, United States Marine Corps Sports, you can probably find her link in her story. And I've coached this young lady. She really is a fearless, courageous woman and young gal, and I think she could use our support. But I just wanted to share that.
Is it Abby or Ellie?
I apologize, Ellie. I said Abby. I coached Abby and Ellie. It's Ellie. Thank you very much, Jack. I apologize. So.
No problem. Anyone else with stuff to share?
All set.
Renee or Mike? Okay.
Jack.
All right. Warrants and minutes. I have approved the following items. Payroll warrant PR 21-07 for the week ended September 19, 2020. Warrant dated September 24, 2020, in the amount of $1,632,398.42. Invoice warrant AP 21-13 dated September 24, 2020, in the amount of $1,843,311.54. Invoice warrant AP 21-14 dated October 1, 2020, in the amount of $499,917.76. The AP 2113, if I recall correctly, the large amount was for insurance payments. That was what was driving the higher than normal amounts. On to any questions on those? On to our minutes. So Renee, I will let you handle the March 16th. If you would like to finally put a stake in those.
I think I'm going to put a stake in the first two. I'm going to move for the board to approve the March 16th, 2020 meeting minutes as amended, as well as the August 6th, 2020 meeting minutes as amended.
All right. Meg?
Yes.
Michael? I'm sorry, yes. Brad?
Yes.
Renee?
Yes.
I too vote yes. I Chair entertain a motion to approve the August 20th, 2020 open session minutes as well as the August 20th, 2020 executive session minutes as written.
So moved.
Second.
All right. Meg?
Yes.
Michael?
Aye.
Brad?
Yes.
Renee?
Yes.
I too vote yes. How are we? Michael, did you have the 27th? We good?
So I'd like to make a motion to, you have reviewed, and I'd like to make a motion to approve the minute meetings from August 27th, 2020 as written.
Second.
All right. Mike?
Yes.
Michael?
Aye.
Brad?
Yes.
Renee?
Yes.
I too vote yes.
I got 'em.
We caught up.
And I'd like to move that we approve the minutes from September 10th, 2020 as written.
Second?
All right, Meg,
Yes.
Michael,
Aye.
Brad,
Yes.
Renee,
Yes.
I too vote yes. And son of a gun, guys, we did it. We cleared our minutes backlog. Let's take a moment of a victory lap. Wow, thank you, everybody, for chipping in to clear those out. See Peter's cheering for us, that's great. All right, and the best of all, we have Mr. Units back to walk us through the remainder articles. Hi, Mike.
Michael Toole told me if you ever want a break, just pretend your computer froze.
I never said that. Maybe. I didn't say it out loud.
So, Mike, last we left, we were on Article 11, which was for the Hazardous Waste Day sponsored by the Board of Health. Renee is pulling up the visual so you can follow along there.
You know what, Jack, before we move on to that, can I ask my question again before Mike took Michael's suggestion?
Yeah, absolutely.
Mike, I just asked before you froze if Article 9 and Article 10 will be updated to actually list the, for Article 9's purpose, the unexpended balance, to list the amount.
Yeah, we can do that, or it'll be in the when the motions are attached to the warrant when it goes out.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. And I guess it's the same for Article 11, right? Because it still says a sum of money.
Yeah, Article 11 is for the Household Hazardous Waste Day, and the recommendation is $10,000 from free cash to cover the cost of the Hazardous Waste Day.
Any thoughts or concerns with that one, guys?
No, it's something that's been very useful, I think, for anybody who's taken advantage of it in the past. And it's a good way of getting things disposed of properly instead of along the roadside. So I'll move that we support Article 11.
Second.
All right, motion and second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. Meg?
Yes.
Michael?
Aye.
Brad?
Yes.
Renee?
Yes.
I too vote yes. Article 12.
Article 12 is the Water Bodies Management Program. So this program was started, first article for this was back in 2014. And this is for the treatment of the ponds in town, Winnicott, the reservoir, Chartley. And we have an estimate from our engineers on this for a 3-year program of $622,380 for the program. And I know at one point the selectmen had said they always wanted to make sure this continued, and I know one of the suggestions was that the money go into someone's budget, and if you don't spend it all, it just stays there, but you can't do that, because if you don't spend money in a budget, it goes to free cash. But if you appropriate money in an article, it always stays in that article, and it can only be expended for that purpose. And if there's money available, it can stretch it out for more than 3 years. And my suggestion was our bond counsel, our bond advisor has said that right now we could do this on a short-term borrow at 1%, so to be paid off over 10 years. So at 1%, that's $6,220 $3.80 to borrow money for 10 years. And the reason I suggest to borrow the money is rather than have to come up with $200,000 to fund this for a year, this way it's only 60-something thousand that we can spread out over the 10 years. It's not as big as a hit.
So, Mike, I remember having quite a bit of discussion on this, and Mary indicating like that. I thought that the money that was originally set aside, we had quite a bit left over. Right? Was that the case?
That's the original money was voted in 2014 for a 3-year program, and we spread that out so that it covered us all the way up here to 2020. So it covered more.
And obviously, we can't anticipate that the same would happen for this next 3 years. I guess.
Right, and what the engineer had said is, obviously, he said, I'm being, looking at, the worst case scenario for you. And if the program continues and in year 3, you don't see the invasive plants coming back and you maybe can cut back on treatment, then it's obviously going to reduce the cost of that. But he wants us to be prepared just in case.
And this is back to your point that we appropriate the money now and it stays there. So if we do have money left over after 3 years, it's still there and we can use it for years 4, 5, and 6 if needed.
Correct. Yep.
So it's really kind of the same deal that we did back 6 years ago,
Yes.
except this time it's funded by a loan.
Yep. And that's all the money can be used for. It has to be used on the ponds.
Okay. Did FinCom vote on this?
They did not yet.
I mean, I'm in agreement. I don't know about the rest of the board, but I'm in agreement just given the amount of money that we've invested thus far to keep the water bodies manageable. And I think it's a huge investment for the town.
Renee, I would have to, one of the things that we're talking about on the master plan was trying to identify what Norton's, what's one of the things in Norton, and the thing that keeps coming up is the waterways within Norton as kind of one of the real natural resources of the town.
Yeah, I agree. We've spent so much over the past 6 years to bring the water bodies back to a place where people actually don't mind going in them, that I'd hate to think we wasted all that money. And I know it's a lot of money in this day, but I think it's well spent.
So I agree that this is an important thing. One of the items that came up at last night's FinCom when they were discussing this is it's basically using debt service to fund a recurring expense. And if we need to do this every 3 years, we're going to be 3 cycles in this before we pay off this loan. At 1% interest, it's not a big deal, but at a certain point, what are we, 3 years away? So in 2024, we're going to be paying $120,000 a year, give or take, for this. And then in 2027, that's going to be $180,000. At what point does it make sense to bite the bullet and put this into an operating account? And I understand that if it doesn't get spent that year, it goes into free cash, but that goes into free cash, and then we can fund it further in future years.
Or we reallocate or transfer from free cash back into it?
Correct.
I was thinking the same thing. I guess, that, and it's hard, right? Because the 1% it's a pretty sweet deal.
Yeah.
Right? And maybe just given the environment over the next couple of years that we kind of play it safe and we take it on a low interest loan. It's a bond, not loan.
I mean, in an ideal world, I think pay as you go makes sense. It's just that I think, first of all, I think this 3-year projection is going to last more like 5 or 6. And I know that's still not the payback time, but it's something that if we don't spend the money, this amount of money, we're going to be back where we started from. We'll be spending a lot more money to get to where we are at this point.
And if the money's available, you can always pay the note off earlier. There's no penalty for that.
I was gonna ask that, that's good, but would we remember to do that?
That 1% interest doesn't make sense versus
Yeah, I was gonna
having
say.
that extra cash on hand. That's okay. So I think we're good here. Chair would entertain a motion to approve Article 12 for $622,380 for water bodies maintenance.
So moved.
So moved. Second.
All right, Meg? Can we lose Meg?
Yes, can you hear me?
Okay, yep, there we go. Michael?
Aye.
Brad?
Yes.
Renee?
Yes.
I too vote yes. Lucky number 13.
Yes.
Okay, this article came up because the first part of this article, if you read, that's what was voted previously at a town meeting. And then when the attorneys were looking at the rail trail, the question came up, was the title done properly originally when Mansfield acquired the railroad from the railroad company in bankruptcy? And the question became, well, a lot of times the railroad would take rights to parcels, but they wouldn't necessarily take the parcels. So the attorney said that they really need to do a confirmatory deed. And as part of that, they're doing a title search all along the railroad right-of-way. And so this would allow authorizes the selectmen to acquire properties similar as you did on Route 123, if that becomes necessary. And one thing with this that we would take out would be the reference to the Chapter 97 property, the section that talks about parcel 29-16 from the Conservation Commission. The Conservation Commission met on Monday night and, or was it Tuesday? It was Monday night, I think. And they indicated at that time that they want us to identify a parcel to replace that parcel before they agree to the Chapter 97 part of this. This isn't a big thing right now. This parcel is on the opposite side of Crane Street, the corner of Crane and Hill, across from the animal shelter, and it was going to be used as a parking area. It's only 12,000 square feet. It's not like a large parking area. And so if this is going to hold up the project at all, I said to them, we could just do this later. It's only going to be a gravel parking area anyway, so there's no, it's not, so it won't hold up the project at all. Everything else would move forward. And this is something that I'm going to work with Jennifer to see if we can find a parcel to replace this. And as far as funds, we already appropriated at a previous town meeting. We set aside $125,000 towards any need for easements or takings.
So it's basically a confirmatory deed is you're correcting the original deed. Is there definitely errors in the original deed?
Well, that's what the title search is going to find out. We don't have that back yet from the attorneys. Yeah. But both our attorney and Mansfield's attorney seem to think that there could be an issue with that. And the MFN is going to fund a lot of the title search.
Yeah, because you usually do the title search, then do the title search, find out what the problem is, then you do, if it's a, but it sounds like it was just a kind of a quick claim deed and they just really.
Exactly, yep.
Do we know the supplemental amount going in here, Mike?
We don't need a supplemental amount right now. We have 125,000 that we already set aside.
Okay. All right.
So this
Any other?
allow us to do that, like to offer that money up for this? Is that what I'm getting?
Well, the argument is they're going to have to do a confirmatory deed, and if they find anywhere where a parcel they need to do a taking, you've got a sewer main going through there, so there can't be much value to that parcel with a sewer main going through it. So we hopefully aren't going to have any large expenses.
Okay. But if we do, it's coming from the money we already have.
Yes.
Anything else on this one? Seeing nothing, Chair would entertain a motion to approve Article 13 as modified, suggested by Town Manager.
So moved.
Second.
All right, Meg?
Yes.
Michael?
Aye.
Brad?
Yes.
Renee?
Yes.
I too vote yes. Since Articles 14 and 15 I think have already been discussed, can we just bunch those up? Are we cool with that?
Didn't we already vote them? We have to vote them separately?
Yep.
Or we have to vote
We referred them back to the planning board, I believe. I don't think we.
No, we just voted on these. Oh, you were gone, Jack.
Okay.
Mike, do we have to do it as part of the warrant, or is our previous vote?
You know what, why don't we just do it just to cross the T's and dot the I's?
Sure.
Yeah.
And I'll move that we support Article 14 and 15.
Might as well do 16 as well.
Yeah.
And 16, I'm sorry.
Second.
I don't read that quickly.
This is not true. We all know it.
All right. 14, 15, and 16. Do I hear a second?
A second.
Yeah, Renee
Okay.
did.
All right, thank you. Not seeing any further discussion. Meg? Michael?
Aye.
Brad?
Yes.
Renee?
Yes.
I too vote yes. Thank you. 17 should be fun. This is the land acquisition.
We're going into executive session for this, right?
I think there's some discussion on that, but I think it still needs to be voted in open session for the warrant.
The Finance Committee did vote 10-0 in favor of this article.
I guess I'd ask if we have more discussion on it, why would we vote before we go into executive session?
Well, Mr. Chairman?
Yep, go ahead.
The only thing I could say with that is going into executive session would be to discuss any approaches to the purchase, that may impact how we deal with the owners.
Okay.
Not the actual do it or don't do it. It's the.
Yeah, unfortunately, we need to have all our cards on the table, such as the joy of public life. There was a pretty robust discussion on this last night. I may or may not have given my word that several FinCom members could slap me if this goes in the wrong direction. Hoping that doesn't make it into the minutes. There was a lot of enthusiastic faces in the crowd when that offer was made. What we ended up agreeing to or offering was to make the best efforts with the respective landowners to put a contingency in the purchase and sale that actually purchasing these lots would be contingent on the projects being approved at town meeting and at the ballot, so that we are not buying them speculatively. We try to tie that into the actual up and down vote for the projects themselves. FinCom understood that that may not be feasible with some of these, so thus the best efforts to do that.
I thought that we specifically said that when we talked about this before, that it has to be contingent upon this passing.
Ultimately, it's up to us, right? So we can make that request, but the landowners are under no obligation to do that, and we can certainly go looking elsewhere. So, but ultimately, it's up to this board.
Right, we can go forward with that intention, but we may have to change our mind or act on it.
Don't buy it until, or we don't enter into a P&S until it's approved at ballot and town meeting.
Right.
Right, those are options.
Right. So, but approving this article now gives us the ability to negotiate in good faith with the landowners, knowing that the town has approved the potential acquisition of this. Ultimately, it is up to the members of this board, all 5 of us, to decide if we want to do that, and if so, what contingencies we would like to place on that.
And how much we want to spend for each one.
And will we, so Mike, we're gonna go into executive session, talk about this. By the time we go into town meeting, will we provide an amount that we've agreed to spending for both properties?
And you could do that.
Isn't that?
You could agree to a maximum amount, and that leaves you leeway to negotiate.
Right. But I mean, we just don't go into town meeting and say borrow a sum of money, right?
Not to exceed.
Be specific with our requests.
An amount not to exceed X amount.
Okay.
If we could put that as an amount not to exceed the asking price for these properties, which is currently like 1.85 million
Yeah, I think we
or
should
whatever.
talk about this in executive session, Jack.
Well, this is public information, so we can talk about specifics afterwards, but the cost of the land is public at this point.
Yeah, but I'm not voting here to say that we're gonna put an amount in there that's the current asking price.
Okay.
Why don't we hold off on this particular article until after we've discussed it and
Can we
executive session?
Can we approve it on the board in executive?
No, you have
No, we have to do it in open session, but is there anything that says we have to do the entire warrant tonight?
When's our next meeting? And when does this need to be posted?
I think it needs to be posted, 2 weeks before? It's tomorrow, right?
So how are we gonna post it without a sum of money in there?
Well, the warrant would go out without a sum of money. There may be articles, I mean, the finance committee hopefully doesn't have to make any decisions, but they might up until the 14th is their last meeting. So there may be things that will require recommendation at the town meeting.
I would suggest that if we are able to take a vote on this tonight so that the warrant can get posted in totality, and we have the ability to reconsider at our next meeting or two prior to that, 17th. But again, it's up to the pleasure of the board.
I mean,
Whatever we're comfortable with.
Sorry, Brett, I'm fine voting on it to move it forward. Mike, I would just want to make sure that when we make changes, that those changes are going to be provided to the townspeople at the meeting in written format and not something that, FinCom is just reading.
Yep. It will be.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So Chair would entertain a motion to support Article 17.
So moved.
Seconded.
All right. Meg,
Yes.
Michael?
Aye.
Brad?
Yes.
Renee?
Yes.
And 2 vote yes. Article 18, I believe, Mike, is an additional allocation from the Town Hall Building Fund from the Milam permit for $80K to support furthering the PVC's design efforts in preparation for a spring town meeting or a special meeting in the spring.
Correct. So it's just a transfer from funds that are already set aside.
What's the sum of money for this, Mike?
$81,150. And the Finance Committee did vote 10-0 to support this.
So I'll move that the board approve Article 18 for the sum of the transfer of $81,150.
Second.
Okay. Meg?
Yes.
Michael?
Aye.
Brad?
Yes.
Renee?
Yes.
I 2 vote yes. All right. We're on now 19.
19 is the boat and the water bodies and boat access to master plan. And this was what the $10,000 grant would go towards that you accepted earlier. So the total cost for this would be $19,610 from free cash.
Seeing as how we just discussed this a little while ago, Chair would entertain a motion to support Article 19 for $19,610.
So moved. Second.
All right. We have a motion in a few seconds. We'll go Meg.
Yes.
Michael.
Aye.
Brad.
Yes.
Renee.
Yes.
I 2 vote yes. And if I'm going quickly, it's because it's after 10 and we still have more to do. Chapter 20, or Article 20, whatever it is.
This is what Jennifer came before you to speak on before. This is the amendment to the existing bylaw for boats and waterways. And one of the main focuses of this was to, can you go up to any underlying areas, Jack?
Renee's driving.
You mean down?
So the main thing here was to put in times for the properties, because there was a lot, and you can see the times added in there. There was discussion with the neighbors, and they wanted, rather than they wanted us to enforce the times. And the police department said, well, it's got to be a set time. And so these were the times that were agreed on. And that's mentioned in a few different spots. And the Finance Committee did vote on this. Or did they vote on this? Let me make sure. Yes, they did vote to recommend this.
So is this for the water bodies themselves and not necessarily like Juniper Beach? Could that have a separate access restriction on it?
This would include Juniper Beach. And so there's the access section here. Because Juniper Beach is town land. So this would include that.
Can you go up just once, just go up one previous section? I just saw something real quickly. Keep going, Jack. Renee. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. There we go. It was the first time we saw hours. Right there. So right there, so you can stop. So right there it says 10 to 5, right? But down below, what personal watercraft is 9 a.m. to 4.
So this is saying that when you operate at nighttime between these hours, right, you have to be equipped with a light and you can't tow.
Right, but this is saying you can't use after
10 p.m. to 5 a.m.
And you
So
can't be at high speed.
The down below, you're indicating the, is 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. That's the only time you can use.
watercraft.
Those are jet skis.
Watercraft, it's water skis.
That
definitions are at the top.
What was it? I asked before, right? What was it? PWC?
Yeah, personal watercraft.
Oh, why couldn't it just say this is a jet ski instead of this language?
Because it could also be a wet bike or a surf jet.
Mike, you may want to check that because I don't think that meets the state standards. I could be wrong, but I don't, personal watercrafts I have a boat. I'm almost positive it's classified as when I registered as a PWC. And it's a regular outboard boat.
Does it use an inboard motor?
No, but it has an outboard motor. It is an outboard. And that's classified, registered as it's registered as PWC with the Commonwealth.
Well, then we've been in violation for a while, right? Because that's not a change.
And I just want to call to someone's, just to double check it, because I know for a fact, I can show you the documents. It says registering a PWC.
I think it depends on where you'll go, just based on my little bit of Googling. Depending on where you go, it's a small vessel which uses an outboard motor or propeller, or an inboard motor powering a water jet pump as its primary source of motor power.
Yeah, they both. I was under both jet skis and were PWCs. Both jet skis.
With the town of Norton definition.
Right.
What I don't want to do is us pass something that someone's going to fight us on.
Yeah. I have some issues with this one. Before I get into that, I just looked up on Mass Harbor Masters, a personal watercraft is a Class A inboard motorboat.
Okay.
So not an outboard. So I think we're okay there. What I take issue with is that this, if I'm interpreting this correctly, this puts no restriction on the use of Juniper Beach. So it could be accessed 24 hours a day, which I think goes against what we've been trying to do for the quality of life of the residents that are around that area, where they have multiple large boats at all hours of the night coming in and running and backing up, and I think this misses the target there. I understand trying to limit the usage of the water, but not including restrictions on Juniper Beach amongst maybe others. Just seems like a miss. I don't know how anybody else feels.
That's exactly why this was done, is for Juniper Beach for the most part.
So Jack, now read here.
The access?
So the access says that we may designate certain areas, right, with the hours of operations, launch type, and rules. And it includes activities on those areas can be prohibited between 10 p.m. and 5 a.m. And I think I asked a question about this previously because I thought 5 a.m. was one of the complaints from the residents. That was at 5 a.m. It was so early, and I thought Mike had indicated that Chief Clark actually spoke with the residents in that area, and they agreed to these times.
I can just speak of, I live on the reservoir, or right behind it, and I can hear the jet skis and all that going. Never heard anything late night. I certainly don't hear anything early morning. So again, I think it's very localized, whatever the issue is. I think whatever the residents in that area are looking for, I think we should. If you're there, what reason do we have 5 a.m.? It's not like we're commercial fishermen. So I just think we should be mindful of that. We can't mow our grass before a certain hour, so why are we letting people voting that are gonna make noise saying, earlier than that?
Right, 10 feet from somebody's house.
Exactly. I mean, like I said, I'm one house removed from the reservoir and I can hear everything that goes on. So if you're on the reservoir, it must be annoying.
So, Mike, I think, can you provide us with some more information on who was involved in the conversations?
I can.
And, I read this, and tell me if I'm correct, I read this as, especially that last line, right, we may gate the access road, post no parking signs, designate fire lanes, which was a concern of Chief Simmons, right, when they tried to go down there. But do we restrict ourselves by saying in here hours of use are 10 to 5, and then we can't change? I think 5 is early too, and I thought, Jack, when we had that initial conversation, that 5 o'clock was specifically cited as being too early for those, I think it was like 4 houses in the area where the boats have to go around in order to actually put their boat in the water.
That's what I recall as well. I think 6 o'clock was one of the ones that seems more reasonable.
In the summertime, guys, 5 a.m. is that's a very normal fishing time. It's just so you guys know, the sun's up, the sun's coming up at that time.
No, I get it. I've seen pictures of people fishing on the res at that time, catching good sized bass, but at what expense to the folks that are there? We're just trying to find that middle ground, right?
Yeah, no, and I understand, Jack, and like I said, I always have a tough time because, those ramps have been there for a while, and it's kind of and I know we can change everything the way that we want. The committee I'm assuming the committee had the chance to make those later, and they chose not to. And so I'm not necessarily inclined to change the work of a committee that's worked on these bylaws, and that's underlined. They specifically looked at that, and they probably debated it. I'm not one to incline their work to change their work when what's being proposed. On something specific like that, I just haven't done enough work on it. I haven't surveyed people. I'm going to trust that this committee that's presenting these changes have surveyed people, talked to people, and I just have to trust that they did the work.
My only 2 cents is if we're not talking the Narragansett Bay where people are fishing and actually taking fish home. Like, if someone wants to go fishing on the reservoir at 5 o'clock in the morning, it's not like this is their livelihood. So, I don't know. To me, this is recreational, purely recreational. You're throwing the fish back. Started at 6 a.m., who cares?
And I would say it's the committee, someone's presenting this. This isn't like us. We did the work on this and we're debating the issues.
Mr. Chairman, I was just talking with Jennifer, and what she said, I do recall now. She said that the times were set because that's what the police wanted to coincide with the times that are set on all other recreation lands in Norton. All other recreation lands in Norton are 10 p.m. to 5 a.m.
I think though there is a distinction with this because you have trucks, you have boats. I think some of the other recreational land that we have is you're walking, right? It's not, I don't know if it's an apples to apples comparison. I understand wanting to be consistent. I think maybe I'd want to hear more from the residents in that area.
Yeah, if this goes forward, I would expect a couple of passionate people speaking on this on the field. So We want to vote this one. Again, I think understanding that the warrant needs to get posted and letting residents make the decisions. I would entertain a motion to approve Article 20 as written.
So moved.
Second.
Thank. Meg?
So, sorry, I apologize. So we're voting that it just stays as is unless anyone decides to change it? Is that what it is?
Yep, we can always reconsider that.
Okay, all right, yes.
Michael?
Yes.
Brad?
Yes.
Renee?
Yes.
I'm gonna vote no on that one. Something doesn't feel right to me there, but go passes 4-1, so it's on. Do we have any more, Mike?
The only other one, Jack, would be right now would be the military article to adopt Mass General Law, Chapter 33, Section 59, providing certain military leave and for town employees. So the Finance Committee did vote in favor of this 10-0, and this increases from 23 possible days to 40 possible days for anyone that's in the Guard or the Reserves.
For training, right, Mike?
Yes, and, we talked about the most impact, obviously, other departments like police and fire. Right now, we have one person in the police department that is in the Guard, and so it affects them because you could go to do your weekend each month, and the police are a 24/7 operation. So if you were scheduled to work on a Saturday, they're going to pay another officer to fill your shift. So the chief estimated that it could cost his department $10,000. The only other department that's affected right now is highway, and they don't work on weekends, so the impact is not that great there. And they have someone that's actually being deployed for over a year, and they're going to fill that spot with some of their summer help working more hours. So, but they don't work on the weekends. So someone that's in the Guard and has their one weekend a month isn't going to impact the highway at all. And then when they do have have to go away for their week during the year, that would obviously impact them. But it's not like they have to fill it. So it doesn't cost the highway a great deal of money.
I spoke to Ms. about this article specifically, and what it does is it takes the stress off, the way that she described it to me is it takes the stress off of employees that are in situations where they have to go out and take a leave, where they're kind of, people think they're getting an unfair benefit or so forth. This kind of covers it and helps them out as well.
Any further discussion here? Seeing none, Chair would entertain a motion to support Article 22.
So moved.
All right. Take one of those motions as a second. Go to the vote. Meg?
Yes.
Michael?
Yes.
Brad?
Yes.
Renee?
Yes.
I too vote yes. So Mike, I see we skipped over 21. Is that not taking place?
No. It's not ready yet.
21's not ready. Okay. All right. Anything else that's ready?
No.
Okay. Great work, team.
Thank you.
Got through quite a bit. Oh, Christ. It's 10:26. We need to talk about our next meeting.
We still have
Mike?
town manager's report also.
Oh, thank you, Brad, for keeping us honest. Can I suggest that we take a 2-minute break? I need to hit the little select board members room and grab my computer charger. Is that acceptable?
I'm not gonna comment anything, I'm just gonna mute.
All right. So, can I suggest that, let's reconvene at 10:30. I see 10:26 right now, give enough people to get a drink of water. All right. Thanks, guys. Be right back. Let's see. Well, I guess we'll reconvene, 10:33. Town manager's report, update on the 123 sewer work schedule.
Okay. So the first update is on the East Main Street, Route 123 road improvement. Going to have to work with that state a little bit better on this. They have not been providing us with future 2-week look-aheads, and we've told them we want to see that from now on. But anyways, what's been finished now is, you've probably seen they've done tree protection along the road for some of the trees that they want to protect during the work. They've put the compost filter tubes out along the wetlands areas. They've removed a number of the trees, and they're doing tree trimming. They've installed a lot of the utility poles, and they're also working on the drainage up at the interchange. There's going to be a detention basin there, and so they've been working on that first. Next week they plan on starting some of the electrical crossings and continue with the interchange work, and that's where they are right now.
Mike, when's the sidewalk project supposed to be finished, complete? Is it next year?
Their timeline is 3 to 5 years, believe it or not.
And Mike, there was a mention of Brian Clark talking to figuring out like maybe the afternoons of the sewer project, holding it a little bit. Has that been resolved?
I'm going to move on to the sewer project. With the sewer project, they've been moving along pretty quickly right now. And I believe that the traffic issues have been resolved. It hasn't been that bad recently.
The afternoon, I got stuck in 20 minutes, like literally waiting at the light for 20 minutes just to get, and I was late picking up my kids.
Within the last week?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I was just curious if they were, I know they were moving in that direction.
Yep.
You know, if they,
All right, I'll check with Brian on that.
I'm not sure, but I think part of that might have been that the officers were more concentrating on getting the buses out of the parking lots, because I overheard one of them talking as I was going by.
Is that an officer that's related to?
I went by slightly earlier, and they were saying he wasn't working that day, but I overheard one as they were talking back and forth, because I think there's like 3 or 4 of them there, telling them that the school is going to be getting out in 20 minutes, so we're going to have to let them get out of the schools. So maybe they might be screwing it up in the opposite direction.
Brad, to feed that, I think you had, because I also spoke to one of the officers there, one of the senior officers there that kind of ended up taking charge to try to move it along. I think you had a couple of out-of-town details right in particular section that didn't really understand it, and one of the Norton guys kind of stepped up to try to move it along, which ended up relieving it, but it was a little too late, but they took care of it. There was this guy with the same name as you that was messing it up down on over on Leonard Street, but that's detail later. But that's the latest there.
Yeah, that was a different mess.
So Mike, can you talk to Chief Clark and just a reminder about the hours and that it's not only the buses, right? Especially now with the social distancing requirements, a lot of people aren't taking the bus, they're driving their kids, so it's kind of double-edged sword, but.
I think it's tough So I experienced afternoon pickup at the Yell today for the first time, and the sewer work is directly in front of the back entrance, which is where they're directing the pickup people to the point where, you know how there's like the little Y when you go out, so you go to the right and you go to the right, you can't do that anymore. So everything is going like out the in-way, if you will. So the detail that was there was doing a phenomenal job letting the cars that were coming from the L in. But to your point, that's causing backups on both sides of the school. It's a relatively short period of time, but that has the ripple effect that goes through there. And if I recall correctly, I think the middle school gets out just after the Yell. So the Yell dismissal is creating a nightmare for the middle school folks that are trying to get there.
Yes.
So,
I can attest to that.
yes. So I don't know how they solve that. Hopefully with your next update, Mike, you'll tell us that they're just about done. Because 2 weeks ago, we were told they would be done in 2 weeks.
And on the financial end of it, they've expended $4.7 million. The project has incurred $4.7 million in costs. Based on the remaining work, the anticipated work will cost $1.8 million for 6.5, and so that's under the 6.8 that they anticipated. So hopefully they're on target with that. And they also did include full paving of the roadway, not just the trench areas. They said they're waiting for a decision from MassDOT on whether they're going to have to pave the full road. I'd be surprised if MassDOT does not say you're not just going to repave those trenches. But they have included in their estimates that they would do a full width pavement.
I thought part of the job was that the state was going to pay to do the resurfacing and pavement, and that was what made it attractive, no?
Not on the West Main Street sewer, no.
I think that's the 495 area. They were coming through there, and if we didn't get the wires in the line before they did that, there's a moratorium on road work. I think that's what.
You can't open a state highway within, I think it's 5 years after they've resurfaced it.
So Mike, do you know if they're gonna do any temporary paving, or are we gonna be dealing with like the Moab Trail up West Main Street?
My kids love that trail, Jack. They love it.
I'm in a Jeep that's designed for that, and my kidney is like hurting every time I go over that. It's just bone shaking.
I will check with them and see if before the winter they are going to do some improvement on that.
How?
Can I ask a question related to this, but not related to the traffic? Once they get the sewer pipe in, when will the town buildings be able to discharge sewage into the pipe that's there?
Oh, Brad, don't ask a common sense question. We're still wondering if they're gonna, extend the timeline in the budget.
No, I want to know where all that shit's going.
Conway, you Bramwell won.
Select board after dark. Things get a little bit wacky.
I would assume that would happen, Brad, probably next summer.
Okay.
They've got to do the
I
laterals.
assume it'll take a while.
Yep.
Okay.
When are they shutting down, Mike? I know there's been conflicting things. The last report we got was they were going to be done in 2 weeks. And then the state said they have to be done by Thanksgiving, so somewhere between 2 weeks and 8 weeks. Where's the field for right now?
Well, they have to, as I said, they have to stop before Thanksgiving. So, they'll be doing lateral work probably up until then.
Okay.
It was November 1st. They had to stop. No?
No.
It was November.
November 1st is when most of the asphalt plants shut down. They typically keep one open, but you pay a premium to get access to it.
That was probably before climate change. We can work longer now.
Yeah, Conway, you better watch out. Keystone getting nervous just to know all this information about,
If I know so much random stuff, Mike, it'll bore you to tears. Okay, so we're looking at a Thanksgiving stop. Is that when they're gonna be out of the road versus doing the laterals?
No, they have to stop everything then. They can't. Yeah, they can't work after that.
They can't be in the ground, right?
Well, I get it. My concern is when are they gonna get out of the road versus when are they gonna be doing the tie-ins?
Oh, okay. I'll double check with them on that, but the tie-ins will be, part of that's in the road.
Okay.
This is the gift that keeps on giving.
It's gonna say something, it's probably a bit too blue, so I'm gonna keep it to myself. Moving on. All right, anything else on the town manager's report? No. Okay. I think while you were gone, Mike, we went through the warrants and the minutes, and got caught up on everything. We were about to talk about our next meeting. You had requested if we could meet on 10/8, but we have two of our lovely members that have an EDC meeting that night. I don't know if it's possible to adjust that or adjust ours. I know you seem to be the linchpin, Mike, because you're needed at everything at all the time.
I know this week was crazy. Monday night was finance committee, capital finance and conservation. Tuesday was planning. Wednesday was finance. But next week, I don't know if there's any time on Tuesday or any time earlier on Thursday.
So here's, and I'm sorry, I meant to reach out to Paul because we moved that meeting specifically to a Thursday because Paul said he had a meeting Wednesday night.
Okay.
I don't know if that's still the case. I looked on the calendar, there wasn't anything there, but I didn't get a chance to talk to him. My only concern is we have, I think, 3 applicants coming, right? I mean, I can reschedule them certainly, but it's like, this is, and Michael can attest to this is hopefully our last meeting on this RFI process, right? But the 3 of us, you know, you, myself, and Michael are needed, and then obviously Paul and the rest. And so I don't know, is there anything scheduled for Wednesday?
Wednesday, finance committee. What about Tuesday? Anything? Could we meet on Tuesday?
I am good for Tuesday.
I think I'm good too. Let me just check. And we have time to post.
How long is that meeting gonna be for? Is it normal meeting?
Well.
Wait, is it?
What's normal? What's normal?
Hopefully.
Or post-med?
Hopefully, if we meet Tuesday, it would be mostly just to review contracts.
Is that an executive session only, Mike?
I would do both, and just so if you do ratify any, then you could do executive session actually first, and then come back out into open session in case you had to vote to approve any contracts if you ratify.
Would it be possible to 8 o'clock, or is that too late?
I'm fine with that. I mean, it's 11 o'clock right now.
So why don't we do 8 o'clock executive session, 9 o'clock open session, or 8:30 open session?
Yeah,
I'll leave it to you, Mike.
Well, actually, what you would do is just at 8 o'clock you would open the meeting and you would vote to go into executive session and to return to open session after the executive session.
Okay, let's do that. Does that work for you, Brad and Meg?
Yep.
Okay.
Brad's head looks like it's hurting.
I'm confused. Old man like me don't stay up this late.
When are we taking a break, man? We have been meeting like nonstop. We need a month off.
That's because you're scheduling all those marijuana.
Right? I mean,
It's all at the pot, right? We gotta put money into this town.
This is the most social interaction I get, so you're not gonna get any complaints from me. My wife might be another story. She's texting me from upstairs, so I'm just flabbergasted that this is still going on. All right, so,
I was just saying, you're talking about the marijuana thing. I was told the building I'm in, we're losing our laboratory personnel. They're moving them across the street because they're putting in new lab people to test marijuana in the quality control lab that we have in our building.
That's excellent. It's gonna be a huge business because because of the stringent requirements.
Budding industry.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
budding industry, I like that.
Oh, that might, that was nice, that was nice.
So how does one test marijuana? Because I probably have some kids I went to high school with that would be interested in that job.
I believe it's an HPLC lab analyzation.
I think they're
I
out.
thought it was done differently. I'll show you tomorrow, Jack. Just come on over.
All right. Yeah, I think the kids I knew used an apple and a Coke can, so they're probably not the right fit.
Bounty sheets and.
The pharmacy school I went to had a greenhouse on the roof. The only plant they grew in it was marijuana. The entire thing was just marijuana.
Was that back in the 60s when marijuana was?
That was back in the 70s, and
The 70s, it was popular. Just saying.
And we have gone way off the reservation.
I will, Meg, you are not that old.
I am that old. I am that old.
I was thinking that too. I was doing the math in my head. I'm like, wait a second here.
Yep, I am.
Okay, so with all that said and done, we have set our next meeting for Tuesday, October 6th at 8 p.m., which will be an open and executive session and an open session again. Any other business to come before the board?
Then Reed, can you send out an invite for that? Okay, yep.
Charlene,
But the next meeting,
Yeah.
I think Charlene does those. I could be mistaken, but I can send one an email too if you guys want a reminder.
Oh, that's fine. I can do it.
Okay. Hold on, we need the language for our executive session because even though we're done, we're not done.
I can share it if you want, Jack.
All right, let's race.
Done.
I'm in the Dropbox. Ah, shit.
Oh, shoot, I have right here.
I don't know why you even thought you would.
No. All right. Here we go. I declare under General Laws, Chapter 30A, Section 21A, A3, and Section 21A, A6, that the purpose of the executive session will be to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining and to consider the purchase of real property because a discussion of the strategy in open session could compromise the purpose of the executive session, and with the board to not return to open session at the conclusion of the executive session. Before we have a second, I also thought we were talking about collective bargaining, Mike, or is that off the table?
Yep, we are.
Okay, do we need to modify this at all?
You read that.
it says collective bargaining.
Second sentence.
Right here.
Oh, good grief. Wow.
I was looking at it, I'm like, it says right there.
Okay, I'm gonna move that the board go into executive session under General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, and Section 21A6 for the purposes and reasons declared by the chair, with the board to not return to open session thereafter.
Seconded.
All right, motion and a second. We have to go to roll call vote to go in. Meg?
Yes.
Michael?
Yeah, aye.
Brad?
Yes.
Renee?
Yes.
I too begrudgingly vote yes. For Peter and for A, who have stuck with us the entire time, thank you very much.